Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, February 11th, 2025 Board of Education regular board meeting. We're going to open up at 4:40. Is there any public comment for closed session items? I'm not seeing any, so we will go to public comment or closed session, and we will return at 5:30. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the February 11th, 2025 school board meeting. We'll open up open session at 5:35. Do we have language access? Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. We are going to have Spanish interpretation here in person and on Zoom, and also ESL interpretation. Buenas noches a todos. Vamos a contar con interpretación de lenguaje de señas estadounidense y hacia el español, tanto en Zoom como aquí en persona, si lo necesitan.
Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise and face the flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There are no announcements from closed session action. I believe we're going to wait on our student school board member report, and we will go to the superintendent's report.
Good evening and welcome. Today we have a treat. I think you might hear a little bit of voices in the back. So I want to welcome our principal, Ms. Kelly Fresh from Adams Elementary School. She's here with her teacher, Ms. Karen Dutton, and as they make their way over, we do have the Adams third grade class to start off our meeting today. Their performance, again, led by their wonderful teacher. They learned how to play the recorder and the ukulele. The first semester, the focus is on the recorder, where students learn to play simple songs, read notes, rest, and have a culminating performance at our winter concert, Tonight, you're hearing a select group of third graders from each of our third grade classes playing and singing Eye of the Tiger, because as you may know, the tiger is their mascot. So welcome, Tigers.
Hang on, technical difficulty.
While Ms. Dunn is doing that, I do want to thank all the parents that are here with their cameras up. We will send you video too from the meeting, and thank you so much, parents, for sending your students to Adams. congratulations to Ms. Dutton, who recently announced her retirement after spending 38 years with the district. We're We are gonna miss the many contributions to our students. I know you boys and girls are gonna miss Ms. Dutton, right? Yes, but we also know that your retirement is well deserved. And your principal, Ms. Fresh, has stated to us that you have lifted the spirit and hearts of the whole school community by sharing and giving the talents you have in music and teaching that to the students, and also being such a great advocate of the arts. You're gonna be missed. Everybody wishes you a well-deserved retirement in the new chapter of your life. Thank you so much, Ms. Dutton. Thank you so much, parents.
What's next? What's next?
All right, I'll just continue with my board report. Board members, I know that you have received many emails, as I have, from many of our community members around the topic of knowing your rights. And before you have a flyer, and as you know, we did adopt a resolution that was supported by the district, by board trustees, Santa Barbara Teachers Association, California School Employees Association, and we will be preparing co-hosting a Know Your Rights Family Information Night on Thursday, February 20th, from 6 to 7 in the Joanne Keynes Theater at La Cumbre Junior High. Families can RSVP by scanning the QR code on the screen. There will be a hybrid option available. We know that there's a lot of people that are in fear and don't necessarily want to come out in person to these meetings, but they will have a chance to also listen in on the hybrid model. The event will be presented in Spanish, but there will be interpretation services in English. Food and childcare will be provided for attendees. I also want to let you know that we're super proud. We just did elementary, but now we want to talk about junior high. Goleta Valley Junior High has been named a school to watch. Congratulations to the staff. This prestigious designation recognizes their commitment to excellence in the middle grades. Their continuous improvement efforts. I know President Escobedo, you were there when they were announced. They had a celebration breakfast this morning for staff. We're really proud of the students, teachers, and staff for their hard work and dedication to earn this recognition. And one thing I heard from the reviewers was one of the things that they recognized was the positive culture of Goleta Valley that was repeated by different people within the school as they conducted their visit and their review. So thanks again to Goleta Valley Junior High staff and parents. La Cumbre is celebrating Black History Month. Students can participate in the reading challenge by checking out books written by Black authors and featuring Black main characters. Each book they read will earn them an entry into a raffle, and there is no limit to how many books they can read. So let's help celebrate Black history and the power of reading. Last, I want to conclude with our classroom champions. I know when I was not here last week or last meeting, Mr. Vez announced that each week we are honoring our teachers who are going above and beyond to serve our students. Today we have a short video for you from a teacher at Harding, Ms. Natalie Ramirez.
What inspired me to become a teacher was remembering when I was a student that I really enjoyed feeling safe at school and having a place where I could be myself. What I love most about teaching literacy is giving students the opportunity to venture outside of their world through text. Wit and wisdom is really dense and it requires a lot of engagement from students. Building stamina is very challenging often for students with their writing. So one strategy that I've utilized a lot is creating sorts for students based on responses that we've generated as a class, and then I will pre-type the sort for them, so they're still having to identify where the sort would go depending on like the column or the category. What I'm most proud of my students with their literacy is just that excitement to want to read and to want to learn and to ask questions and to find the answers to those questions is definitely something that's come to light from the new curriculum. The main challenge, I think, always is making it accessible to everyone with all the varying needs in the classroom, and having the time to figure out how to scaffold is difficult. Advice I'd give to other teachers is to utilize each other. We all have a common goal to help our students succeed, and not being afraid to ask questions when you're unsure of how you're supposed to teach a lesson or pilot the new curriculum. And then always reflect on my own teaching. That's something I tried to do and see how I could improve, how I could fix that lesson for next time based on what my students are showing me.
We'll make sure she hears all the clapping for, I want to thank Ms. Natalie Ramirez from Hardy. She is this week's class. Oh, she's here, yay. Ms. Ramirez, thank you for being a classroom champion. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And student school board member Eric, are you ready? Do you want us to go to our comments first?
Can we come back to me, please?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
So we will go to board comments and correspondence. Do I have any of my colleagues that would like to give some comments? Mr. Bailey?
I just have a few. Great to hear that Adams School I talking about was fun. Kudos to the kids and the parents that are supporting them, and to the teachers, to our retiring teacher Karen. Great work. I attended since the last meeting. I missed the last meeting. I was out of town at a work function. But since that last meeting, I have attended a meeting with some members of the Reading Coalition just to kind of hear from them and introduce myself. I also attended the Los Pueblos open house, where I got to see the brand new wellness center. Very cool, and then the wellness center employee that has been hired there recently, and it's very impressive, really good. Also met a young woman, Amy Ware, who is the instrumental music teacher at Los Pueblos. I just want to give a shout out for the work that she's doing. They're hosting a jazz festival on March 1st. Where they'll have,
Is his mic on? Is the mic on?
It's here. Do I need to be that close? Okay.
No, it was
All right. Amy Ware hosting a jazz festival with bands from all over the area. Their group can't be adjudicated because they're hosting, so they're going later on to one at Cuesta College. And it's great to hear. I hope to get a chance to hear her and the jazz band. Also want to say kudos to GVHS for the schools to watch on it. That's really terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams?
Yes, hello, good evening. I'd like to certainly congratulate the Adams School teacher, Karen Dutton, and her 38 years of teaching our children there. Yay! It was great to see Kelly Fresh and all the third graders with the parents here, with seeing the siblings too, looking up to their kiddos and such. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Caffrey?
Since our last board meeting, I got to attend the Santa Barbara Ed Foundation's grant reception and see many teachers get grants. It was really joyful, and I'm excited to hear updates about the different projects. There are too many good ones to choose. Also, Superintendent Maldonado and I, we visited 6 schools last week, so I can begin to get to know people, and there are so many amazing things happening. At Cleveland, we walked around with Principal Sandoval and 2 students on student council, and they talked about how community really differentiates Cleveland. We saw Miss Jimenez in kindergarten and Miss Herrera in TK teaching Haggerty, which is phonemic awareness, Miss Fuentes in 3rd, and had a really nice conversation with Miss Shipstead in 6th. We went to Franklin, a place where everyone works together. I'll just make it really short. La Cuesta, Alta Vista, Quetzal saw, yes, well, I don't know if I should, how much time I have, but okay, I guess I will. Should I mention all the people who I got to talk to? Okay, I will. So at Franklin, Mr. Carroll showed us several projects in STEAM and told us about his YouTube show during COVID, which I'm excited to watch. Miss Garcia Olivo, we got to see the Calming Room. She's a RISE counselor. Mr. Uribe and Mr. Avila are 2 extremely popular playground supervisors that we got to meet, and Mr. Nichols introduced me to Tinikling, which is music and dance of the Philippines. Anyway, I don't want to take too much time, Mr. Block. Anyway. So we also got to see the alternative schools, DP, and Goleta Valley Junior High. So I'll just stop there.
Thank you. So just a couple of word outs, but congratulations to Ms. Dutton for your 38 years, and just thank you for all that you've done for our school districts. Yes. Thank you also to Natalie Ramirez. I really enjoyed watching that video, and also talking about where there are difficulties too, and that it's not as easy as introducing a new curriculum. That what we have asked of teachers is to learn some really dense material and a skill set really to become practitioners. And I appreciate all of your hard work, and thank you for what you do for our students. Congratulations to Goleta Valley Junior High. It was really nice to be there to hear the evaluators talk about our schools, but talk about Goleta Valley Junior High and the positive culture, but also the positive culture as described by students, using words like resilience, the fact that they felt cared for, the fact that they sampled quite a few classrooms to take a look at different classrooms and get a sneak peek into what the culture looks like. And they had nothing but positive things to say. And these are folks that go all throughout California to look at schools and evaluate them for this designation, the California Schools to Watch designation. So extremely proud of them, and was happy to be there. The last report out I have is I had my first meeting with the committee, Advancing Black Achievement, Wellness, and Excellence, where we talked about a few things, disciplinary response and actions. We went through the 3 R's, and we went through the, what is the report? I'm forgetting right now. The UCP process. We went through the UCP process, and at the beginning of the formation of this committee, uniform complaint procedures, yes, no acronyms. And so it was a very valuable experience to have Mr. Shetler come in and walk us through the investigation process and the UCP, uniform complaint process. We also had some really exciting news about we are looking to send parents and students to the California Association of African American Superintendents and Administrators conference. They have a conference that they do for parents and for students, and it's all grant funded. So it's a really exciting experience, opportunity, and I believe we're also sending staff as well. With that, that is my report. So that takes us to our student member is gone, so we will go to E1, which is acceptance of, public comment for non-agenda items, which is D8.
All right, the first three people coming up for public comment, Maddie Bordowski, Ray Fridays, and, Kate Lambert, and Amy McMillan.
Welcome. Is the mic on?
Is it on now?
It is.
Perfect. All right. Good evening, board. Any person who has taken a stats class or has created a graph to communicate information knows you use the data that supports the story you want to communicate to the viewer. It is clear from the charts the district provided on Friday that the story they are communicating is that there is no other way to make the budget work outside of firing many people who work directly with students. As teachers who receive our paycheck from this district and hope to work here until retirement, it is vital to us to make sure the district doesn't go bankrupt and attempt to pay us a living wage. Therefore, last year during bargaining, our union put in a huge amount of time looking into the budget to see what the district could do financially to help retain and pay our teachers. During that work, we created many charts to communicate to our members and the community what we found. Over the last week, we have updated those graphs with information from the September unaudited actuals and the December interim report. So that you can verify the data to be true, we have attached the unaudited actuals and interim reports from every year that we use to create these graphs. The primary difference you'll notice between our graphs that we're providing you today and the district's is that we look at historical data. We compare how much the district has spent in certain areas over the last 5 to 10 years. And we look how much the income the district has brought in from various sources over those years. You will quickly see that by using this historical information, we were able to better predict the district's income and spending habits for the 23-24 year than the district did. We are now presenting these graphs to you as evidence that the district does not need to cut personnel, and that you should be asking the district to edit their proposed budget to keep every single person who works on our campuses with our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Lambert, followed by Amy McMillan and Ashley Cornelius.
Hi guys, my name is Kate Lambert and I've been an educator for over a decade. I want to continue the discussion of the communication that was sent out on Friday. I would like to direct you to this graph. It's number 1. We labeled them for you guys in case that helps. This one here, and for everyone at home, oh, it's that way. It's not going to show us much. Okay. Each year the budget increases, and yet each year spending on those who work with students is diminishing. Starting up here 10 years ago, going down. Each year that we increase our spending, we forget to increase our spending on those who actually work with the students. And those who actually work with the students are intentionally pushed down this graph. If we use a decade's worth of information, then we know that this trend is a reality. The message seems clear. This district does not intend to put the students at the center of the budget, otherwise they would center those who work directly with them. When this district talks about every child, every chance, every day, they clearly forget that it's the teachers, the counselors, the lunch ladies, the specialists that work in special ed, the paraeducators, the librarians, who make it happen every day, every chance, and for every student. You need to be more accurate with your budget. You do not need to riff staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to interject because I was told that these were going to be more about communication about the budget, and this seems to be more about the substance of the budget. And so I'm going to hold off on these until what is it? The action
G2.
G2.
So one of the reasons we wanted to do this in the beginning is because this was a communication that was sent to us with certain information to, as Maddie explained, show a side of a story. It's not about the specific choices we want you to make with your budget. It's about how it's communicated to the community.
I respect that perspective, but I'm going to move these over to G2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next general comment, Kiara Lynn, followed by Rich Lashua and Mika Burkett.
Good evening. So as you all saw with the children at the Adams Elementary School, the arts is super duper important to our community and super duper important to children's confidence in education. She recently stated it, but I wrote everything down on my phone because I'm coming in from out of town and I didn't have time to print it. But every child, every chance, every day. The SB Unified mantra has been ingrained in my upbringing, and my teachers and mentors were integral to becoming the entertainment professional and person I am today. A person who was able to give back to her community during the 2018 debris flow disaster by brainstorming and co-producing Teen Sing for Santa Barbara, which raised $75,000 for survivors. A person whose animated senior thesis short is screening at Santa Barbara International Film Festival, plus festivals, and now I can come back to the SB Unified Schools to talk about my career at the young age of 22. A person who has the honor to travel across the world for work, help in the creation of over 30 projects, and is just starting on her artistic journey, all thanks to the safety to explore myself in my artistic electives in school. I didn't understand the importance of what I was doing in entertainment. Why should I prioritize this when I put my skills towards another industry? My father, who is a veteran and first responder for 42 years, said, "Kiara, when first responders get home from their day saving lives, who do you think saves the lives of those people? Our work is so taxing on us, and the arts and entertainment provides us that safety net. I think that teachers provide a mimetic sort of support towards students." My film class in 7th grade with Mr. Lashua gave me the opportunity to create my own movies and sharpen my skills. Auditioning for school plays helped me form rejection sensitivity so I could pick myself up and carry on with a smile down the road when I needed to pivot to life's plans. Teching on school shows helped me learn a work hierarchy, how to remain kind under high pressure, and prepared me for the 12-plus hour days that I do when I'm working in live action. My theater classes allowed me to have the confidence that I do to write and speak as eloquently as I do. Public speaking is one of the top fears in human society. I dealt with an anxiety-induced stutter until 2022, which still pops out occasionally, but is for the better due to my experience in theater. Many students who have anxiety or who are introverted can express their inner voice through the arts. Many students who sit alone at lunch can find community through other interests, through artistic interests. For some kids, theater, film, and art classes may just be one fun course that they take. For others, it could alter the trajectory of their career and their life. But every child should have that opportunity, no matter their economic status, socioeconomic background, or any other sort of factors. In a community that's so artistically centered, my hope in coming here tonight is that every child will get every chance, every day, to experience the same support that I did growing up. Thank you for your time. I'm here today as a Santa Barbara Junior High, Santa Barbara High School alumni. I have my friends here with me who are Goleta Junior High, La Cumbre Junior High, La Colina Junior High, San Marcos, and DP, and Santa Barbara High School alumni. And I'm going to turn it over to Lashua now, who will be able to talk more about how we can move forward from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Lashua, Mika Burkett, followed by Natalie Ramirez.
Good evening. Thank you for the new trend of highlighting teachers each meeting. I truly hope it helps improve communication for all of us. This is a great, let's keep doing that, please. Our district is out of compliance with California Ed Code 51210 and 51220. All K through 12 students in California public schools have access to performing arts classes. Open enrollment and the lack of restoring the junior high's 7th period, which was temporarily cut almost 2 decades ago, prevent many students from enrolling in these classes. The groups most affected are poor students, English learners, special education students, and so on. In fall of 2010, I took over a .4 theater teacher position and was told by many administrators in the dawn of my career that the best way to build my program was to compete with the other junior high schools and draw families in. Over the next 14 years, I developed an after-school class that's grown year over year. During the day, I created the district's only junior high film class for nearly a decade. I formed relationships with the Santa Barbara International Film Festival and the Santa Barbara High Mad Academy to create a pipeline. I earned my CTE credential in arts, music, and education, creating the district's only junior high stagecraft class fed directly into the high school program and professional jobs beyond. I helped bring Shakespeare professionals from the Globe in London to our district. I teamed with State Street Ballet's library dances, and my students danced with professional dancers to interpret Shakespeare. I brought in Creative Network and ballroom dancing instructors to provide access to dance from swing to hip hop. In a 36-week school year, my students regularly have 18 opportunities to see live theater and musicals, an average of 1 every 2 weeks. I've taken field trips to the Academy Museum of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences in Hollywood. We see productions and have taken tours backstage to glimpse possible futures at Santa Barbara High, Santa Barbara City College, and UCSB. I've coordinated guest appearances and career day events from professional actors in TV and film, dancers, stand-up comedians, costumers, stage managers, makeup artists, voice actors, cinematographers, and more. I piloted the theater side of an elective hybrid offered for emerging multilingual learners, and in our first year, we reclassified over 80% of our students because they finally had a class to look forward to. I have coached our drumline in support of the school's marching band for 4 different music teachers. I was named Santa Barbara Bowl Performing Arts Teacher of the Year and was the only teacher in our entire district to be honored at a ceremony that celebrated teachers from across the county. The one thing I haven't done is increase my enrollment during the day.
30 seconds.
In fact, it's been declining, and last spring, within days of discovering I would be the Performing Arts Teacher of the Year, I learned that 3 of my 5 classes were being eliminated due to declining enrollment. Yet last month, we received an email from the district asking what we are doing to recruit kids for next year. Teachers can't fix systemic problems. Just ask not only my arts counterparts, but our MTSS and special education colleagues. What is the district doing to ensure my enrollment for next year, since we're still below the legal minimum? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mika Burkett, followed by Natalie Ramirez and Alice Post.
Hi, my comment is regarding budget, so I think I'll move it to G2. Thank you.
Natalie Ramirez.
Hi, everyone. I'm Natalie. I was in that video. Thanks. I didn't have time to prepare much of what I was going to say. I'm a mom, so I kind of rushed over here, but I just wanted to make it says I wanted to speak on behalf of Mika Burkett and her role as an instructional coach and how much it's valued at our site. I've had the pleasure of working with Mika for the last 6 years, and she makes my teaching better. She's a think partner. She helps validate my ideas, sometimes when they're a little wild. She sparks light into my lessons. She helps me navigate the curriculum, unpack the dense curriculum of wit and wisdom. And she does that for me, but for the entire school, from TK all the way through 6. I teach 6th grade. Every PLC, I know that I can go to her whenever I need to, even if it's not a scheduled time. She's always available. She's always responsive. She's very organized. And hearing that her position may be cut, it crushed me. And I don't understand the full scope of the budget, but I do know from the graphic that was sent out that our core values are to improve student outcomes and support quality educators to promote success for all students. That's exactly what an instructional coach fosters. It's another team member that we need. And so I just really want to say, if there's any way that we can find a way, we need to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alice Post, followed by Christina Manray.
My comments were requested to speak on H2.
Oh, okay.
Can I
will
come
put it
back then?
there? Yes, thank
Thanks.
you. And one more public comment then, Christina Manray. Manila, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Escobedo. And and am I good to go? Okay. And apologies for my slowness. As you got me out of bed with some of these decisions I'm making. I'm recovering from ACL surgery. I'm not supposed to be walking around or standing, but this is important. So I've received this question a lot of like, how do you work with kids all day? And my response typically and less eloquently is that I can be more patient with kids. And since I know they're still developing executive functioning skills versus working with ignorant, illogical, and irresponsible adults is just something I find incredibly intolerable. So upon seeing the proposed course of action or the budget, I'm seeing a lot of contradictions with the core values that it states. It's especially with this proposal to cut MTSS specialists, academic coaches, and family engagement liaisons, which will undermine the efforts to support our students and educators. These MTSS specialists, they provide essential support for our students facing trauma and academic challenges. Within this year alone, I've already had 2 students come forward speaking about like self-harm and suicidal behaviors. I teach 5th grade, right? And without an MTSS specialist, I don't know how I would fully navigate it. And currently, like my MTSS specialist is on leave, so I'm working with other accredited adults in that field. But it's already a taxing job, and I'm not sure like how this would improve student outcomes, or in fact continue to overburden teachers. Similarly, with reducing academic coaches, is I'm concerned that we're going to perpetuate more educational gaps, since all this data is showing that 50% or over 50% of 3rd through 6th grade students aren't meeting our grade level standards in ELA and in math. And I don't want them to become the ignorant, irresponsible, and illogical adults that I detest so much. These kids are worth more than that. And finally, with our reducing family engagement liaisons at the junior high level, I feel that will strain our resources and fail to meet the housing, language, and healthcare needs of our families in our community, especially as we navigate this current adverse political climate.
30
So
seconds.
I appreciate that Mr. Banning has already responded to my email, but I sent all of you a full letter on Sunday, which includes further detail and data surrounding these proposed decisions. And I really hope you reconsider that these cuts are going to ensure that our values are really supporting students and educators. Thank you.
Thank you. That's, nope. Another on public comment, Nancy Bertelson.
Good evening. I have, in the best interests of students, I have 3 complaints. Number 1 is cell phones. The schools should keep them all day until school is over. They are still distracting the students between classes, at lunch, and thinking about them while classes are going on. If cell phones are checked in all day, the children will concentrate better, be more punctual, and less tempted to break the rules. Also, I know cell phone problems originate from divorce or permissive parents, but a parent or a responsible adult should be required to pick up a cell phone when a student has broken the cell phone rules. Number 2, e-bikes. Early January 2025, I was driving up Laguna to the Mission. I had to stop and park because there were 2 police cars and 1 ambulance in the intersection. A group of 12-year-old boys were on the lawn on their e-bikes. One had no helmet and was very sassy, disrespectful. These boys were very immature and not educated about traffic safety. The boy that was injured did not stop for a stop sign, and he had a very bloody leg. His mother and another mother picked up their boys. They shouldn't have let them have e-bikes in the first place. Those bikes go as fast as 60 miles per hour, and the children are sharing the road with cars. I request that the state of California require children to be 16 years old and pass a written and physical driving test before they are allowed to have an e-bike. Third, backpacks. Student iPads are quite heavy. I request that their backpacks be checked for other unnecessary heavy stuff and any abusive substance. As a caring grandmother, I have some personal knowledge of these adverse problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is the last of the public comment.
Thank you. And I believe we now have our student board member report.
Good evening, everyone. As we celebrate Black History Month, students across campuses, with the help of the Black Student Union, are honoring the month through social media posts, sharing daily Black history facts, and spotlighting influential figures, local and just throughout the country, by sharing their stories. I'm excited to collaborate with the community leaders to hopefully create a video where students can share what this month truly means to them. San Marcos has announced their Royals Got Talent event, giving students a chance to showcase their unique talents to the community. I invite everyone to enjoy the performances and I'll be there to take notes in hopes of organizing a similar talent show at Santa Barbara High School before the end of the year. At the high schools, we've had or will have our winter formal dances, with Dos Pueblos hosting theirs later this month. Today, Dos Pueblos hosted their ribbon cutting ceremony for their new wellness center. The community was invited to tour the space where students can feel supported and learn more about available mental health resources. Students have been involved with the Santa Barbara International Film Festival, with student media from junior highs and high schools being invited to practice and develop their journalism skills. Lastly, I'm excited for our next Superintendent Student Advisory Council meeting, where we'll have great discussions, including the reveal of our finalized mental health webpage, where students can access all sorts of resources. And I want to share a video that we created that is aimed to reducing mental health stigmatism and hopefully to promote the resources that are available in our district.
Diversity. It is our responsibility as students to help everyone feel welcomed and a part of the community. Here are some words of advice, encouragement, and tips from your fellow classmates.
There are people that support you. It's okay to not be okay. If you need help, please reach out.
You are so much stronger than you think. When you feel your emotions start to take over, you can actually step outside of yourself and recognize it. You're in your emotional mind. By breathing and taking a walk outside in fresh air, you can move back into your wise mind and begin to act in a more rational way.
You can handle big feelings. Check your body, check your mind, avoid triggers, get support, and breathe.
Alicia Keys once said, "You're the most important thing in this world. You can't love anyone else if you don't love yourself."
In this community, you are not alone. You can get support. From my own personal experience, I know that it can be hard to ask for help, but I want you all to know that our community has lots of resources for students. For example, you can talk to your school counselor or a trusted adult on campus. Academics or not, your school counselor will always be there for you. And remember, you are not alone. Be kind to your minds.
You got this.
Scan the QR code and look at the resources. We're here for you. You're not alone.
And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're gonna go to E1, acceptance of donations for February 11th, 2025. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I move that we approve accept the donations for February 11th with gratitude.
I second.
We have a first and a second. No questions or dialogue. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. So now we're going to go to consent agenda. Are there any consent agenda items that anyone would like to pull?
We have 2 comment cards
Thank you.
for item F4.
Thank you.
Do you want me to pull person?
Well,
Okay.
first, yeah.
So I do have 2 under consent agenda item F2, item number 14, the arts consultant. We are going to pull that item. And under F4, overnight school travel, the field trip by the Dos Pueblos teacher, we were informed by Principal Woodard that the teacher has decided to resign, so we're pulling that item. To retire, excuse me.
Retire.
To retire and not resign.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items that folks would like to pull? I'm not seeing any, so we will go to public comment on F2.
Okay, we have Rich Lashua on consent F4.
Before I get started, I do apologize. I think I may have misread the agenda. This is about the overnight trip to New York. Is that F2 or is that a different? F4. Okay, I'm
That's
sorry.
F4, yeah.
I made a mistake. Sorry about
Okay, because I heard F2 and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
no. Okay. Good evening. I am here to respectfully ask for your approval of our choir's trip to New York City. 10 months ago, I found out that I would be awarded the county's Performing Arts Teacher of the Year. And 9 months ago, I learned that due to declining enrollment, 3 of my theater classes were being cut in addition to the elimination of our choir program. 8 months ago, I received an invitation to bring my award-winning show choir that no longer exists to Manhattan and join other talented kids from around the country performing on stage on Broadway as an ensemble with professional Broadway performers in a special concert. After wrestling with some of the obvious emotional bittersweetness of the situation, I consulted with Mary LaFace, choir teacher at Santa Barbara High, and Kevin Christensen, our new music teacher, to see if they'd be willing to put in some extra work for the kids. To my delight, they agreed to lead rehearsals with this club out of their own unpaid time. With no actual choir program anymore, it was hard to predict enrollment to gauge costs, but I knew that I would have about $200,000 of the arts block grant from the state of California, so price was likely not an issue for any students who might need assistance. In the greater scope of performing arts electives at the junior high level, we recognized that La Cumbre had no choir program either, and there had been little direct recruiting to any of our feeder elementary schools. We were very concerned about meeting the minimum participants of 20 students, so we decided to open it up to freshmen at Santa Barbara High as well, so that we could make a through line connecting elementary school students to direct mentoring from high school students, while retaining junior high kids as the core, all wrapped around the unifying power of music. We ended up with almost 40 kids from 4 different schools, nearly double our expectations, who were willing to meet at Santa Barbara Junior High and practice for 90 minutes after 7th period ended, from 4 to 5:30 p.m. This further underscores that the willingness of our kids and the competency of our adults is not the problem when it comes to arts in our district. It's access. These kids have been working very hard. Music and this trip have given them a community spirit, and they're so excited about this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moreover, this trip is a fine chance to share that there are fantastic things happening at all of our schools, and I trust the district will join me in celebrating these students, their talent, and their dedication. This is a chance to prepare them to have agency in a world that they haven't created yet. Emphasis on they and create. Every child, every chance, every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah Velasquez, F4. Is that Velasquez? Velasquez, Leah Velasquez, yeah.
We want We want to first say thank you for your support with the Santa Barbara Junior High New York trip. My daughter Leah is a Santa Barbara High School student and has benefited greatly from the arts programs, specifically at Santa Barbara Junior High. I have seen her growth and gain confidence and form long-lasting friendships from being a part of choir and theater and now at the VADA program at Santa Barbara High School. Before the arts, she went from struggling with her grades and making connections to now being a straight A student and having a solid group of friends. This trip to New York is an opportunity for her to continue her growth and development, not only in the arts, but into new adventures and experiences. This trip also falls on her birthday weekend, so thank you for being a part of her birthday weekend celebration. And then she wanted to share something.
As a student, this trip will give me a new experience to travel and learn. Because of the choir program, I have learned self-discipline and working together in a team. I am also very grateful for all the friends I have made and to be able to continue to be a part of this program, even though I am now at Santa Barbara High School. Thank you again for this opportunity and to be able to expand my experience in the arts outside of Santa Barbara County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments on consent.
All right, so we will take it back to the board. Any questions or comments on the consent agenda? Is there a motion to approve
I have a
without
comment.
the two?
Yeah,
without-
just a quick
Yeah.
comment. I appreciate Anna coming up with her daughter. Very wonderful and very special. I'm sure her grandma's smiling down on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Do we have a motion to approve without the two items that Dr. Maldonado pulled from the agenda?
Yes, I make a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda as stated by President Escobedo.
I second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. I see Mr. Lashua back there. Congratulations. So that takes us to G1, the biannual district sustainability update. And we have Mr. Ho. Welcome.
Well, good evening, President Escobedo, board members, Dr. Maldonado, and cabinet members. So thank you for having me. As the district sustainability and operations coordinator, I'd like to present an update on our sustainability work. So in my presentation tonight, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the solar construction update, facilities improvements, and also grants and incentives. So the solar and microgrid project has been a long time coming, and I am pleased to announce that finally all 14 of our sites are now online. So the last two sites, which are two of the largest energy users of the district, Dos Pueblos and San Marcos High School, were finally turned online late December. The two sites, along with Santa Barbara High School, actually account for almost 60% of the total solar being generated across the district. So of the 14 sites here, 8 of them are solar only, and 6 of them have battery storage and a microgrid attached. A microgrid is different than a traditional solar and battery storage system. It is that it is a smart system that looks at the available battery power and allocates power accordingly. So for example, at Santa Barbara High School, which does have a microgrid, the site will maintain power if in the event of a power loss until the battery dips below a certain percentage, so roughly around 70%. Once that happens, the power is then cut to the school and everything except the critical loads, which are determined to be the critical infrastructure for communication, gym lighting and associated equipment, and also refrigerator and freezers in the kitchen to maintain the food. So assuming that it is sunny out during the day, the critical loads will be on indefinitely. ENGIE, which is our contractor that's been doing the construction of these solar and microgrid projects, is finishing commissioning the batteries at Dos Pueblos High School and San Marcos High School. And so these things will be online by the end of the month. The one caveat is that at Dos Pueblos High School, it does not have the ability to power the entire school, as the system was initially designed around the school's really old electrical infrastructure. And that infrastructure was completely ripped out and replaced with something modern last summer. So I'm actually working with ENGIE to find out how much it would be and to find the right equipment so that we can figure out how to power the entire school and have them work the same as all the others. And once I have that, I will bring that to the board for review and approval. So this project was originally slated to save the school district $7 million over 28 years when it was initially negotiated. It is now estimated to save the district $14 million. And the reasoning for that is over COVID, the price of electricity went up significantly. So the next area of focus I'd like to show you is the LED lighting that we've been doing. So in this picture here, you have classroom I-9 at San Marcos High School. So it's not that the lights aren't turned on all the way. It's just that half the lights were actually out at a lot of those classrooms. So we went in there and had the contractors replace it. And so you can see the after picture on the right. So the LED lighting project has been completed at both Dos Pueblos and San Marcos High School. And we have done work and finished La Cumbre, as well as Monroe and Santa Barbara Junior High School. The two high schools, Dos Pueblos and San Marcos, was actually funded via an interest-free loan from the Southern California Regional Energy Network, also known as SoCalREN, through a fund that they manage. And these projects are expected to pay for itself in approximately 7 years. These LED lighting have a lifespan of anywhere between 70 to 100,000 hours, which is roughly 20 years, depending on how you look at it. And it's going to reduce energy costs significantly. We're currently looking for funding to finish off all the LED lighting throughout the district, which will include Goleta Valley, La Colina, Roosevelt, as well as Santa Barbara High School. So on this slide is actually the Dos Pueblos Engineering Academy's machine shop. So you can actually see the left side there. That's what the lighting looked like prior to being changed out. And then working with Amir and his staff, we spec'd out the specific type of lighting on the right side. So it is significantly brighter in there. They can actually see what they're doing with the machine shops. And they're the students are were taken aback when they walked in. They're just like, whoa, it is so bright in here. And the staff are very happy because they have much better lighting to do critical work there. Other facilities improvement that we're working on right now include retrofitting of the oldest heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, or known as HVAC, controls district-wide. So the old type of system made it very difficult to set holiday and also break schedules. So it's forcing our HVAC systems to be online even though there were no occupants in the room. Furthermore, they also did not allow teachers in the classroom to have any control over their temperature range. With this new system and the classrooms that have the new thermostat system, teachers will be allowed control over a small range of temperatures, and it's going to be very easy for maintenance staff and myself to go in to make any sort of changes, as well as diagnose problems remotely, so we can get parts and etc. before we go out there. As part of the energy savings, classrooms with air conditioning will also have door switches installed. So what happens is after a certain time delay, roughly 15 minutes, if doors are left open, air conditioning or heating is going to be turned off, but ventilation will remain as part of the California Building Code Title 24 requirements. These systems are currently installed at Roosevelt, Monroe, La Cumbre, Franklin, and McKinley. The contractors are now installing these at La Colina as well as Goleta Valley. And we're anticipating that we'll finish with this project district-wide sometime in the summer. We are anticipating a lot of electricity as well as natural gas savings as a result of this project as well. So moving on to grants and incentives. Back in 2022, we applied for the California Schools Healthy Air and Plumbing Efficiency, or CalShape for short, funding, and was awarded roughly $418,000 for the first round of funding and $1.15 million for the second round of funding to assess the condition of our existing HVAC systems. Now, most of this money went into the assessment, but a portion of the money could be and is being used to upgrade the existing HVAC controls that I mentioned in the previous slide. In completing these assessments, it actually made our district eligible for the second round or the third round of funding, which actually provided monies to replace old HVAC equipment. So we were awarded $6 million several months ago to upgrade old natural gas heating furnaces, and we will be replacing them with efficient electric heat pumps that will provide air conditioning to Cleveland, Franklin, Harding, some classrooms at Santa Barbara Junior High, and some classrooms at the Community Academy. The reason that it's only some classrooms at the junior high and the community academy is because those two sites have buildings that have a boiler system with radiant heaters. So they do not have any sort of HVAC ducts like we have here. In order to get those into those classrooms, you have to rip up a significant amount of, so it just wasn't feasible to do so. We're currently in the design phase of this project, and a proposal from the architects is going to be brought forth to you at the next board meeting. So another area of large incentive funds that we received are in replacing natural gas water heaters with electric heat pump water heaters. So SoCalRen, which I mentioned earlier is funding our LED lighting projects, has provided us with 29 heat pump water heaters with installation and all associated electrical work needed for our school district. So the first round of these heat pump water heaters went into Goleta Valley and San Marcos High School, replacing boilers that were installed from when the schools were built from the 1960s. This most recent round of funding went to schools such as Adams, Dos Pueblos, Goleta Valley, La Colina, La Cumbre, and Santa Barbara High School, and we're targeting the kitchens and the gyms because that's where the most amount of hot water is being used. We are also targeting sites with high solar coverage because it's going to reduce our utility costs because these heat pump water heaters uses ambient heat as well as electricity to heat water instead of natural gas. So there's going to be likely additional rounds of funding available this year, and we anticipate to take full advantage of it. So lastly, we are currently awarded a grant with the city of Santa Barbara, as well as UCSB on electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So this REACH 2.0 grant, we're working with the city right now, and we're aiming to install EV charging stations here at the district office, La Cumbre Junior High School, Santa Barbara Junior High School, and Santa Barbara High School. This is going to be an ongoing grant, and I'm happy to provide updates on this at a later board meeting. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Do we have public comment on this item? No public comment on this item. Any questions from the board? Dr. Beal?
I don't have questions. I have a comment.
I have one question before we jump into comments.
Okay.
Are there any solutions for the classrooms that you had mentioned that are using the radiant heat from the boilers? They don't have the ducts, the ventilation ducts. Are there any sort of temperature control solutions that are far cheaper than tearing up the building and adding ducts?
I do not know of that. I am actually going to be exploring that option with some contractors in the upcoming weeks. So I'm going to see if they have some better options, but it is difficult because you're probably going to have to rip up flooring, which, yeah, there's a lot involved in that.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. It's really impressive work. And I'm curious, how do you figure out what your next project is? How do you kind of prioritize in the future? Yes.
I typically look at all the facilities and see where the needs are. So at San Marcos, we saw that there was a high need for lighting. A lot of that lighting was very high, and just because of our maintenance team and their schedule is very aligned with the classroom schedule. So it's very difficult for them to get in there to do a lot of that work. So I try to find solutions that way. We also look at what incentive funds are available. So I'm trying to chase, these heat pump water heaters were never on our radar until SoCalRen told us, hey, do you want some for free? I'm like, sure, I would love to have some for free. So it's really dependent on where the money that's being given are, and what maintenance tells me and what we see through just our understanding of the facilities. Yeah.
Any other questions? Doesn't look like it. Dr. Beal, you're up.
I just wanted to comment that I'm always impressed by the thoroughness of your reports, and I'm very impressed by the grants. I mean, we're having big budget discussions this evening, and it is always so nice to have money coming in and not going out. But I appreciate that. I know that we you do attend conferences that talk about sustainability, and I do feel that you bring that all back to us. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I'll just echo that. Thank you so much. As Wendy Simsbone said many, many times, you're the person that always comes with good news. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So that concludes G1, and that takes us to G2, Budget Sustainability Recommendations Report. Presentation. And we have Ms. Hernandez. Welcome.
I'm going to kick this off, and I'm asking Ms. Hernandez and Dr. Becchio, you'll be up here as well. So board members, if we could all be Desmond with just good news, that would be great. Last summer, the board charged us with creating a transparent process within the budget cycle. You asked us to ensure that our community and staff were aware of all the different parts of our budget. We have been doing this by presenting regular board reports, collecting staff and community input, and consistent messaging to our stakeholders. We knew that making much needed investments in salaries, benefits, and small class sizes would mean that a recalibration of investments would need to take place. We do not make these decisions lightly. I want to extend my gratitude to the over 2,000 staff and parents who took the time to give us feedback in the budget survey. I want to thank the board and our labor partners. Additionally, I want to thank our principals and district leaders for their work in helping to develop these proposals. Understandably, some decisions are difficult and disagreements will occur. However, declining enrollment and rising costs necessitate adjustments to staffing and spending for long-term sustainability. Failing to adapt would be irresponsible and harmful to our students and staff. These decisions have real consequences. Reductions in force are incredibly difficult, and we do not take them lightly. When you cut $9 million, there will be an impact, but we will not lose our focus on essential services to our students, our families, and our staff. Our responsibility now is to ensure the district remains financially sound, educationally strong, and student-centered. We can do anything, but we can't do everything. So with that, I'd like to start with our PowerPoint presentation. And I want to give a little bit of insight into how we came to these recommendations. First and foremost, if we can go to the next slide, Kim, thank you. To navigate all these decisions, we set ourselves on a course of setting core values that would guide the process and all the decisions. We have had a lot of lists of things that we can potentially cut. And we asked ourselves each and every time, will this help to improve or not our student outcomes? Will this support the quality educators that we know we need to promote success for all students? How will this continue to make us fiscally solvent, not just in the short term, but also in the long term? How can we be more transparent with the decisions that we are making? And how do we continue to meet the diverse needs across our district? There were other items on the list that you will see tonight that we put on, took off, put back on, and took off again. We consulted with our principals, and you'll hear more in our presentation tonight about that process. And I want the board to know that this circle with a triangle is our target. We're always looking to how do we make sure that we're improving the relationship between our students, our teachers, and the content and curriculum they are supposed to learn in a culture and climate of wellness and equity. And we don't want to forget the support staff that also uplift this triangle. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hernandez to give us a little bit more insight into what we are recommending tonight. Dr. Becchio will also speak a little bit to the staffing piece, and then I'll speak a little later about the process for this decision-making difficult task that's upon us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. As Dr. Maldonado has said, we used our values-based budgeting, and this is how we continue to be good fiscal stewards of the taxpayers' money in the long term and the short term. We had COVID emergency funds that were provided to keep students and staff safe and to address learning loss during a global pandemic, and those funds have ended. But our staffing remains higher than pre-COVID days, even though our enrollment has been in a steady decline. We want our students to be successful, and we support quality educators across the district. And that is why we made significant investments for our staff through salaries and benefits and by keeping the class sizes low. As a reminder, the County Education Office approved our negotiated increases in the AB 1200 as long as we made $10 million in cuts in 25-26 and $8 million in 26-27 in order to meet the minimum reserves that are required by the state. Because our property taxes are coming in higher than projected at first interim, the necessary reductions have been decreased from 10 million to 9.65 and from 8 million to 4.22 million. Let me be clear that we have to make choices about our budget. As Dr. Maldonado said, when you cut $9.65 million, there will be an impact on the organization, but we will not lose focus of providing the essential services to our students, our families, and our staff. One thing I should mention here that is, we don't know what is going to happen with our federal funds. None of this is taken into account in what we're talking about tonight. We receive funding for low-income students, English language learners, special ed, professional learning for teachers, and food for students from federal funds. The president has put a freeze on federal funds that is now being addressed in the courts. And we do have staff that we pay for with our federal funds. And we have not received any current year federal funding yet. So all of that is not even being really addressed in what we're talking about tonight, but is something we need to be aware of when we're making these discussions. This slide is in response to Board Trustee Caffrey's question about what the COVID funds were spent on. So we have put together a list, but this is not an exhaustive list. There's more. We just tried to hit the high points on this. And I'm not going to go over all of it, but the left side of the slide is the positions that we paid for with the funds. 66 million total funds. These are our trends and investments. So we've been talking about how enrollment has been in decline. We are not the only district in the state of California that is seeing a decline in enrollment. But we have been declining from 18-19 by a total of 1,516 students. The other side of this spread, the graph over here is the number of staff that we have had in that same time period. So in 18-19, we had 1,488 staff. Then COVID hit, and we went up, all the way up to the top of 22-23 of 1,667 staff. And then it went down a little bit. And now at the end of our emergency funding, we're at 1,643. The recommendations that we are making tonight will bring the amount of staff down to 1,597, which you can see is still much higher than our pre-COVID levels. Districts typically adjust staffing to the funding levels. And during COVID, we had the most significant increase that we have ever seen at the district. With COVID funding, we made the adult to student ratios decrease in order to have less students in each class for their protection, because we were protecting students due to COVID. The district then has made large investments to keep the class sizes low even after the COVID monies have gone away. That's why we're not going back to the pre-COVID days. That's why we're still much higher than we were in 1819. And finally, I want to say that many of the districts across the state are reducing their staffing levels just as we are. We're not alone in having to make cuts. Okay, this slide I wanted to use to show what our budget actually looks like in terms of revenue and expenditures. Both the unrestricted and restricted revenue is that bar on the left side. It's mostly yellow and a few other colors. The total revenue that we are projecting to receive. I'm not going to say we have received because there's a lot of revenue we haven't received yet this year, but what we're projecting to receive is 227 million and change. Our expenditures for the year that we're estimating are 264 million and change. You can see the difference there is our expenditures are 116% of our revenue. What that means is we're deficit spending. In any year where you are spending more than the revenue you are receiving, the difference is the deficit, and we're deficit spending in the current year. What I also wanted to show is that of our revenue, our total revenue, 91.4% of our revenue is spent on salaries and benefits. It is spent on our people. And the state requires us to have a 3% of unrestricted monies to meet the reserves. And that's where we're having that difficulty where if we don't make those cuts, we won't make the reserves. And you have to do it in every single year. And if we don't, then we won't meet it. And then we can't have a qualified budget. I turn this back over to Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you. As I stated before, our decision-making process, we've been working on this way of thinking about the factors that we will consider when we bring forward any recommendations to the board. We want to make sure we have ensure little impact to students, especially our most vulnerable. So there were items we had on the list initially that we thought, wait, this is going to help our emergent multilingual students, or this is going to help with college and career access and so on. We also have district compliance and regulations and ed codes that we need to have mandated restricted programs or services that we could not cut. We were reviewing the funding sources. I know we've had a lot of questions about the grants that we have available, whether there's mandated or restricted funds that some positions are under. And then we wanted to understand the impact of that program or service reduction on conducting the district business. And also the goals. I'm very clear that our goals are to improve our reading and our math scores. And so we wanted to make sure that we looked at that as well. And then using data to inform decision-making. So in some instances, when we looked at items that we were considering, we did look for the impact. Is this particular service or program or staff really making a difference in the outcomes that we have? And so we did look at data to inform our decision-making. It wasn't opinions, because I can imagine that every single one of us sitting here tonight has a different opinion of how we could slice the pie of our budget investments. The next slide we have is some of the ways that we were looking at some of the feedback we collected. I said a little bit earlier about the budget survey where we had a lot of good feedback. We've used information from the Panorama survey, which is given twice a year. We gave it last year as well. We looked at the spring LCAP input for some of the goals that we have for our most vulnerable students, our unduplicated pupil count students. We looked at, we had multiple meetings with our principals and our district leaders. And I do want to thank our principals that were called into meetings over and over again to look at the decisions we were making and looking at the recommendations, given the tasks to look at things from their perspective as to the funding, the staffing that they would have, and how would they still continue to focus on the goals we have while looking at cutting staff. So thank you to the principals who may be listening tonight. And of course, we did seek input from SBTA and CSEA. All of that was taken into consideration as we made these decisions. Lastly, the bottom row, you'll see here all the different meetings we have had where we've been talking about budget. We are now at the 2/11 meeting. At the March 11th meeting, we have slated to have the board take a vote. Tonight, you're not being asked to take any action. There is a meeting between tonight's meeting and February 25th. that we can bring back more information or that we can further discuss this, but I do want to recognize that the meeting on March 11th is the final vote we'll need to take, because by EDCO law, we have to make sure that we notify anybody preliminary, and I want to state that again, preliminary notifications for any staff members who will be released have to be delivered before March 15th. March 11th is a Tuesday, March 14th is a Friday. So we'll need to get all of the final voting and decisions done in order to give Human Resources enough time to get all of that out into the post office and get it delivered. So we are looking at a timeline here of what we've been doing all along to get us to where we are today. So with that, I'm going to ask Dr. Becchio to come to the front to talk a little bit about the big buckets of the decisions we are bringing forward for recommendation.
Okay, thank you and good evening. This slide actually shows the categories of recommendations. You will see that in the memo, there's a description that we've outlined of each of these categories. What I want to focus on, though, is just a couple elements of this slide. First, you will notice that there's some categories that have the parentheses with the amount of FTEs. So I want to just describe what that means in terms of FTEs. The others you'll see don't have that, and those are just simply cuts to budgets or things that don't involve eliminations of positions. An FTE is a full-time equivalent. That's what it stands for. And the way you can think about it is one FTE is basically one full-time position. Okay. Another important point to note is that when we're talking about FTEs, FTE does not equal the number of people that may lose employment. Okay, so that's a really important distinction to make. And the reason for that is, I'll give you a couple examples, but the reason for that is that we have looked at things through the lens of what might be currently vacant, and then eliminating a position, which means no person is actually going to be out of employment, but a future person may not be hired into that position because it will be eliminated. So an example of that is under the classified staff reduction, there's 6 FTEs listed there. I anticipate that of those 6 FTEs, there may be, but it might not happen, there may be one person that loses employment. Again, that's not a certainty either, but there may be one. The reason for that is that, for example, 2 of the positions we're recommending be eliminated are the floater custodians, but we have 2 vacancies in the custodial space right now that we will not fill, so that we have current employees that can keep their job, and we would move them into those positions. So that just gives you an example that FTEs on this list does not necessarily equal persons losing job. However, in that one example I gave you, where one person may have to lose employment, that actually might require us to serve 3 or 4 reduction in force notices by March 15th. And the reason for that is that we have to serve the person that's in the position. That person might be very senior in the organization, but it's a notification that we're reducing our workforce. And then that person has bumping rights to another classification. So we have to notice that person in the classification who might have bumping rights to another classification, and we have to notice that classification. So notices of reduction in force also do not equal number of people that lose their jobs, okay, or layoffs. Another example I wanted to give it, I'll give it in the certificated space, which is let's say we have 30 FTEs that we're proposing that get reduced in the certificated side. We have to look at that through the lens of credentialing, of course, but also attrition. So people that are resigning, retiring, or not being non-reelected because they're probationary status. We have to look at all that attrition and try to figure out how many of those 30 FTEs can we actually keep because of attrition. And I'll give you an example that, in previous years, we've hired, between 50 and 100 teaching staff each year new. So that's attrition. That's what we have had to do. So we may end up issuing far less reduction in force notices than what we may expect based on the FTE count. I think those are the points I wanted to cover. So with that, I think that ends our presentation, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Banning, do we have public comment? We are reducing the public comment time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes due to the number of public comments we have on this item.
So we'll go in this order, starting with Maureen Granger, followed by Amy McMillan, followed by Ashley Cornelius.
If you press the button at the base of the mic to your left. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Maureen Granger, MTSS TOSA at La Colina with 34 years in SB Unified. I know when I took this job, there was a chance the TOSA position would not be permanent. However, 30 years of experience as an ELA and EML classroom teacher, I felt like I had a great deal of practical and systemic knowledge that would serve me well in supporting both students and staff members. Anyone who has been a classroom teacher knows that it's all you can do to keep your head above water. So in this TOSA position, I feel grateful to have had the opportunity to these past 3.5 years to support teachers by observing struggling students, giving feedback on lessons, creating outdoor learning opportunities, subbing for teachers when they need to get out of the parking lot 10 minutes early for a medical appointment, testing individual and small groups of students who make the classroom environment challenging for other students, subbing for teachers who need to attend an IEP meeting whose sub has canceled, creating homeroom slides, and chaperoning field trips. On the student end, I facilitate the learner intervention team. I've done push-in support for math groups, have read science and social studies tests to students with IEPs, have tracked math and ELA test data, have given makeup tests for all the things, have facilitated numerous PBIS programs such as Lionheart Awards, Students of the Month, Rising Stars, all the things. In addition, I have a 7th period Lexia Power Up Literacy Intervention program on Mondays and Wednesdays, a job for which I am not financially compensated, but do anyways because my students read between the 1st and 4th grade reading levels, and I can't in good conscience send them off to high school without doing what I can to give them the tools they need to survive. In the budget recommendations, the site TOSAs were listed under the heading of district office reductions, and I feel like this is inaccurate. Let me make it clear that TOSAs are on the front lines in classrooms every single day. We supervise in hallways, cafeterias, and blacktops before school, between classes and lunch and after school. We sub frequently and we work with students every single day. We create programming on our sites to engage students. With the proposed cuts impact those of the highest levels of leadership, not in the slightest. While those being suggested at the sites would have immediate and dire consequences for both staff members and students alike. I will be sending each one of you a letter with links to show you some of the work I do at La Colina, and I would love to have a conversation with each one of you. I implore you to do your homework and not just accept the recommendations that have been put before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jeanette.
Are you sure it's not Amy?
Oh, sorry. Wrong stack. Where am I supposed to be looking?
Amy McMillan?
I'm sorry, there they are. My apologies. Amy McMillan.
Yeah, it's okay.
Followed by Ashley Cornelius and Jeanette Piñato.
All right, ready? I'm continuing with the speeches that were started by SBTA, where Maddie gave our introduction, where she talked about how our union has spent a large amount of time looking into the budget and what our district can do to retain our teachers. And then Kate spoke about how, tab 1 in that packet, about how the percentages of salaries going to teachers the budget keeps going up and the percentage of spending on teachers diminishes. My name is Amy McMillan, and I have been working for Santa Barbara Unified for 26 years. In fact, Maureen Granger, who just spoke, was my cooperating teacher when I was a student teacher in 1999. So thank you, Maureen. So please turn to tab 2. Here you can see that administrative salaries per student in our district has risen dramatically over the last 10 years. And then school board members, please turn to tab 3. We are a basic aid district. The state calls these excess tax districts. The number of students enrolled in our district plays a role in how much we can spend per student. The district's student enrollment has been decreasing. In fact, student enrollment has decreased by 14% over the last 10 years. It is sad that we are losing students. However, for a basic aid district, this is actually helpful because the funding per student is higher. In this graph, you will see that over 10 years, the revenue per student has more than doubled, even with declining enrollment. Thank you for your time.
Ashley Cornelius, Jeanette Pianato, and Kim Tilton.
All right. Good evening. My name is Ashley Cornelius. I've been working in this district for almost 20 years. If you'll turn to tab 4 of the packet we gave you earlier, you will see the history of the 3 different reserve accounts over the last 10 years. In the last 7 years, we have survived more unprecedented disasters than we could have ever anticipated. In 2017, we shut down our school district because there was so much smoke from the Thomas fire that it wasn't safe for our staff or students to be outside. Every day we had to check our email, wondering if we would return or if we would have to work later in the summer to make up the days. And then over winter break, our custodial staff had to work overtime to clean all of our classrooms of the ash and soot so that we could welcome our students back to clean rooms. In 2018, we had the Montecito debris flow. For the days that followed, all the staff that lived in more affordable southern areas couldn't come to work, and we had subs and staff covering for their classes. And as that time extended, our district paid for buses to start in Ventura, and they were escorted by police through the streets of Montecito in order to get to work every day, and then returned the same way at night. And then, of course, we had the pandemic in 2020. During all these disasters, we only just dipped into our reserves once. Within 3 years after that, our reserves had over 11 million more than they had ever had before. Part of the district's narrative, and they're hinting at this, that we might need to fire personnel or be conservative in our budgeting is because of uncertain politics at the federal level and fire damage to schools at the state level. Our income from these sources is uncertain, and I'm asking you to rely on our solid reserves, plan our budget as if we will get all of the expected federal and state dollars, and if an emergency happens and those funds don't come in, that we use the reserves as they are intended in their emergency. Stop saving vast amounts of reserves for some other emergency that might or might not happen in future years. Our current students deserve to have enough adults to adequately care for their needs in education.
Thank you. Jeanette Pianato, Kim Tilton, and Hosby Galindo.
Hello, Jeanette Pianato, SBTA Vice President, if you didn't know. Some people don't know that. I've been teaching the district for 36 years. I've been attending these board meetings regularly for many, many years. I teach math at Goleta Valley Junior High, and I pride myself on helping kids understand that math doesn't really change. 3 times 3 is always 9. I tell them that regularly. This district seems to toy with that concept when it comes to budgets and say, oops, that's not it after all, but it doesn't work like that. I know you know. I want to point out tab 5, the graph here, that even with teacher raises this past year, the percentage of increase does not keep pace with the increase in property taxes raised, which is really hard. Knowing this community values our students and their education should help you put the increase in taxes to show that you value our educators and the programs. I'll remind you that our teachers and community deserve honesty and clarity. The numbers speak for themselves. They don't lie. And teachers and programs should not be threatened in that process. The program should continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Tilton, followed by Hoseby Galindo and Mika Burkett.
Awesome. Good evening. I think I'm on tab 5. I'm not sure, but you're going to turn to the 23-24, looks like a bar graph, which was projected revenues. So this was actually a graph that was put out by SBTA a little while ago when we were talking about raises. You'll notice that we used a model called a line regression or a linear regression line or a line of best fit, which is a type of statistical model for projecting things like revenue. It's like super standard across lots of industries. It's very simple to understand. To me, I still don't think in any public forum anyone's provided a description of the model that the district uses to project revenues. And that's kind of problematic. So if you look on there at the 23-24 projection, the district said there'd be $228 million. If you flip it over, well, that time has passed and we can see, how did that prediction go? How did their model hold up, especially compared to our model? And you'll notice that the line of best fit hit exactly at $234 million. That means that whatever model the district is using to project revenue was off by $6 million, underestimating it. When you're sitting here and you're going to tell the community that you're about to riff groups of people off of a $9 million deficit situation, and you have models that you're sending off to the county, okay, that are off by $6 million, that does not incur confidence in me. As a scientist, we all have the same data and we're choosing to interpret it in different ways. How I know that my model is good is it has predictive power. And what we've proven is the predictive power of the district's modeling is off. And so for me to trust this process that's about to happen, I need answers about these things. I need answers about these models. I need answers about how they work. And if I were a school board member, I'd say, hey, do you know why you were off by $6 million? Do you know why you're off by this many $1 million the year before? And why are we so under projecting a simple, clear, easy to use statistical model like a line of best fit, which does have limitations for sure. And I can discuss those because I understand them. I would love to have that conversation with someone at the district office. And what I just heard was that the county came back and said, hey, you don't actually have to deal. You can have 4 million, you can have 9.6. Why would that be? That would be because the model they got from our district was under projecting revenues. Like, it's all adding up to me. I am okay if someone gives me a logical
Thank you, Ms.
list of
Tilton.
reasons why we need to RIF people, but before you hand out pink slips and you scare everybody, I would like to see some answers. for
Thank
that.
you.
Hoseby Galindo, Mika Burkett, and Heather Young.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, cabinet. Accountability. SBTA asks that the board members hold cabinet members accountable for the reports they present. Dr. Beal made a statement at the beginning of the school year alluding to wishing she knew that there was money left over so that we did not have to RIF positions last year. How are you guaranteeing that that the scenario of financial fear and uncertainty will not be the driving force for unnecessary the elimination of positions once again? Tonight, we attach the sources for these graphs. You will find that these are reports that come from the district. We request information from the districts and use the data to analyze revenue, spending, and budgeting practices. Your budget projections are calling for you to consider the reduction of 37 certificated positions. In considering eliminating TOSA positions, how will you guarantee that teachers will continue to receive the services that they currently receive from these amazing unit members? TOSAs also help reduce site administration workload. I ask again, by cutting these positions, will classroom teachers continue to count on and receive both tiered intervention assistance and coaching to improve students' performance and educational experience at the highest level that they currently receive? TOSAs will fill site leadership roles which help support classroom teachers and administrators. These services directly impact students, and that is the reason you created these positions in the first place, and they should remain here. In speaking to management, they stated that they would attempt to make cuts away from the classroom. They also stated that they would be looking for redundancy in services provided to students. SBTA asked that the school board also look for redundancy found at the highest management structure here at the district. SBTA stands firm with the financial statement we made on January 28th. We ask that the school board district make more accurate predictions for revenue received. We also ask that you budget in ways that truly reflect the money you spend. Our official recommendation is that no cuts to positions need to be made. All these positions are needed to continue to positively affect students and their school experience. Thank you.
Mika Burkett, Heather Young, and York Shingle.
Hi, my name is Mika Burkett. I'm the instructional coach and international baccalaureate coordinator at Harding University Partnership School. And hopefully that introduction didn't take up all of my time. I'm asking you to reevaluate the proposed budget that will dissolve instructional coaches at all of our elementary school sites. And I wanted to share a little bit about the work that instructional coaches do by sharing some of the activities that I've taken place in the last couple of days. My baby approves the budget cuts, but sorry. He crying in the background. Sorry, that's not a part of this. I held a morning meeting with 360 students, and we discussed how we took action on Saturday with a school planting day. We chanted our school mission, we take action to change the world. I taught a lesson on landforms as part of a coaching cycle requested by a 4th grade teacher with our FOSS curriculum. We held a Socratic seminar discussing whether 2 topographic maps were the same mountain or different mountains. Spoiler alert, they were Mount St. Helen before and after 1980. I met with the 1st grade team reviewing their current goals and foundations, our phonics program, and we discussed how all of their students rocked their last assessment, which was on glued sounds with NG and NK. We kicked off our exhibition research project today with all 6th graders, with Ms. Ramirez and Mr. Danley, with all 50 students. I had a Zoom meeting to review what I and the other coaches will be presenting at tomorrow's district professional development meeting. During my lunch, I planned with a 1st year teacher and discussed their afternoon lesson along with a lesson they requested I observe on Thursday as part of our coaching cycle. These are some of the items on my schedule, but you don't get to see the continual interactions I have daily with students and with teachers. I love my job. I take extreme pride in my school and in my role. Budget cuts are being made based on impact of students, but I'm here to say that I have an impact on students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Heather Young, followed by York Shingle and Carissa Corrigan.
Good evening. My name is Heather Young, and I'm a 4th grade teacher at Monroe Elementary. I'm here to remind you that our elementary schools, the MTSS coordinators and instructional coaches are invaluable to the success of our students. They are directly involved with our students in supporting our teachers to educate and care for the students. Their positions need to be saved, not cut. Anne-Marie Galbraith is our MTSS coordinator, and she works tirelessly to support all of our students, teachers, and curriculum specialists. She reviews all of our data for students and meets all grade levels to make a collective decision on what supports are needed most for each student in our classes. She oversees all the curriculum specialists and meets with them to see what they are teaching and what supports they need to do their job the best of their ability. She is also responsible for coordinating all LPAC testing, GATE testing, and CASP testing. She tests our students for reading fluency to support teachers. She coordinates all of our mental health referrals and keeps our team informed of each student's needs. She also helped develop our PBIS plan, which we just won an award. This is just a fraction of what she does. She has so many responsibilities, I don't know how she keeps it all together and working well, but she does day after day. Then there are the extra things that she does. She is in the cafeteria every morning before school starts to greet students as they wait to go to class. She plays games with them, colors with them, helps them with homework, and gives them emotional support. In addition, during student lunches, her office is open to have students come in and play games or color or get social emotional support if something is not right that day. She knows every child by name. Amy Gates is our instructional coach, and she also works tirelessly to support our teachers and students. She assists teachers with their new Wit and Wisdom curriculum, and she leads new teachers and comes in their classrooms and models the lessons and then offers leadership so they can teach it. She coordinates cycle of inquiries for each grade
30
level and
seconds.
co-teaches each lessons with the classroom teacher. She will supply materials or books that are needed for our classroom and support the lessons that we are teaching. She also designs and runs many professional developments for grade levels and individual staff members on demand. She is always available to answer any of our questions, even if it's in the middle of the hallway at lunch or recess. Both of these positions are directly affect students and teachers. They are both teachers doing a job that allow them to effectively reach more students than what is in the classroom. They are invaluable to our school and to our students. The board needs to make a cut that is further away from our elementary students than the MTSS and instructional coach, as they support every individual student and teacher and makes them needed.
Thank you. Carissa Corrigan. Oh, I'm sorry. York Shingle, Carissa Corrigan, and Liz Caruso.
Good evening, Board. I'm York Shingle, SBTA Treasurer, and for 1 year only, the MTSS at McKinley. Inconsistency doesn't help improve student outcomes. On March 11th, you're likely going to make a decision that will cut my job and make me apply for something new. A new job that hasn't been defined, hasn't been written, and hasn't been posted. I have colleagues already looking at other districts. Incredible colleagues who we may lose because of this district's inability to budget. Let me tell you about those incredible colleagues. Remember last year how our district was teaching about the Civil War as an economic and states' rights issue? Well, that cultural and linguistic relevance committee changed that by embedding lessons that teach accurate history and connected it to the harm the N-word causes. This proposal will cut almost every single person on that committee. That work will stop. You can say our district is committed to equity and culturally relevant curriculum, but it won't keep going without those TOSAs pushing it forward. It's been an uphill battle every step of the way to make those trainings happen. You claim transparency and community engagement are important, but extra parent square messages and emails aren't transparency, and presenting bad information isn't transparency. Sending a survey that only got 2,000 responses isn't community engagement. You have 20 to 30,000 people who could have filled it out. A 5% response rate isn't good, but you branded it as a huge success. What an empty message. You'll just say anything to make it sound good. I'm so tired and frustrated with how this district operates. You want to build trust, Dr. Maldonado? Then don't set up the Hunger Games again. You're cutting all the special teachers and ISSs and TOSAs and then throwing us scraps to fight over. It's awful. You want to build trust? Give us something to trust, because this isn't it. Learn to budget.
Thank you. Carissa Corrigan, Liz Caruso, followed by Christine Bollingmo.
Good evening. My name is Carissa Corrigan and I teach at Harding. I appreciate the opportunity to address a concern about the proposed budget cuts. The Strategic Master Scheduling for Elementary Specials proposal, which would require our music, PE, STEAM, and art teachers to split their time between 2 different schools, is a plan that honestly is not feasible and would negatively impact our students and teachers at Harding, McKinley, Monroe, and Cleveland. Under this proposal, these 4 elementary schools will be divided into 2 groups, each requiring specials teachers to travel between sites. While the intent is to have teachers see every student every week, the reality is that there wouldn't be enough hours in the week to properly cover both sites. Students at Harding, McKinley, Monroe, and Cleveland would have shorter specials classes than other students across the district, or have weeks where they wouldn't have those classes at all. Students would be unable to build on the themes being taught, directly affecting the quality and continuity of their education in music, PE, STEAM, and art. The flexibility needed to make up classes due to holidays or other reasons would also be lost, and ultimately the amount of prep and PLC time our multi-subject colleagues would also have to be reduced. Furthermore, specials teachers at these sites would be expected to teach 30 to 32 classes per week, which is 11 more classes than the elementary school with the largest student population currently has, and over 100 more students. This is far beyond the expectation of any other teachers in the district. I respectfully urge you to not implement a plan that divides specials teachers between campuses, as this would have a devastating effect on both scheduling and student learning. Please consider alternatives that would support both our students and their teachers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Liz Caruso, followed by Kristen Bollingmo and Francesca Marisol Cabrera.
No. Good evening.
There you go. Thank you.
I'm Liz Caruso. I've been the music teacher at Monroe School for 12 years. I'm going to echo a lot of the things that Carissa just explained to you, but with the perspective of I've been around long enough that this proposal to split the specialist teachers across 2 schools has already happened. And we've already tried to figure out how to make it work, how to fit 30 to 32 classes into a week, and the schedule just does not work. So before you approve the cutting of positions just to find out that the students are not going to receive the same amount of minutes as the students at other schools, I think you need to ask for an actual representation of how this could possibly be. To break it down, the specialist teachers at Franklin, Adams, and Roosevelt teach 20 classes a week, and this combination is at 30 to 32, so that's essentially a 1.5 position. Yeah, with a year that this was proposed, I sat down with my principal, Brian Naughton, to try to figure out a schedule. And our best model was to cut the instructional minutes from 50-minute classes for every student in every class down to 30. And, or the plan B on that was to alternate weeks. So, for example, our specialist team would service McKinley one week, Monroe the other. This is an impact to students that is specifically in opposition to the core values stated at the beginning of this presentation. And so I just urge you to ask more questions before you make a decision on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Bollingwell, Ryan McCollum, and Francesca Marisol Cabrera.
Hello, I'm Kristen Bollingmo. I'm a STEAM teacher at Harding, and I've been a STEAM teacher for 5 years, and I truly do love my job. I'm here to urge you against the strategic master planning for elementary specials, similar to the previous 2 speakers, as it is impossible that this plan will not reduce services to students, as was claimed in the budget handout that went out on Friday. Going forward with this plan would mean I would need to continue teaching my 370 or so students and a whole other school of 250 or so students in order to maintain a full-time STEAM position. That's about 150 more students than our largest elementary school in the district. I've done the math. It is literally impossible without reducing services to students. I currently teach 18 classes a week. The smaller schools like Cleveland and McKinley have 14 classes a week. There are not enough hours in the week to teach 32 classes, not to mention the time it takes to build relationships with 620 or so students, maintain 2 classroom maker spaces and their brand new equipment, developing curriculum, because we aren't given a quick curriculum, we create our own, prep materials, coordinate with classroom teachers, communicate with parents, and collaborate with our STEAM colleagues. I feel that this plan would be a disservice to our students, especially those at schools with high rates of socioeconomically disadvantaged families like Harding. They will get less time in STEAM and other specials, and teachers' PLC and planning time will also be affected as a result.
20
Splitting
seconds.
time across school creates undesirable teaching positions that will result in high turnover and unfilled positions. We know this because it's happened in the past. This plan will create a lot of stress and chaos with minimal savings to the district's budget. We need to find another solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan McCullum, Francesca Marisol Cabrera, and Mark Nichols.
Am I good to go? Okay. Hello, my name is Ryan McCullum, and I'm the STEAM teacher at Cleveland Elementary. Last year, I stepped into this role mid-year after months of a vacancy, taking over a brand new STEAM program without any district-provided curriculum or funding. Despite these challenges, this is my dream job. This year, everything changed. For the first time, STEAM teachers in the district received district funding and support to create a more unified and equitable experience for students across school sites. This has strengthened our program, and through our partnership with Dos Pueblos Engineering Academy, has allowed us to develop a rich, science-based curriculum. A unified elementary STEAM program where all students, regardless of school or socioeconomic status, receive quality education is within reach. However, The proposed staff reductions puts this vision at risk. With a condensed schedule, STEAM teachers will not have the time needed to bring this new curriculum out of the development stage and to the hands of students. The investment in modular STEAM labs and new STEAM equipment and machinery at every school will be undermined, as limited time will prevent proper training and skill development. The switch to multiple school sites, teaching to near 600 plus different students a week, 32 unique groups of students, having no district-provided curriculum, no necessary professional development time, will lead to undesirable, unfilled jobs, ultimately reducing services to students. The district invests copious amounts of money in curriculum for all other subject matter. Maintaining a full elementary STEAM staff is a small price to pay in comparison to curriculum costs to ensure a high-quality, equitable education for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Francesca Marisol Cabrera, Mark Nichols, and Layla DeGuilio.
Good evening. I'm a specials teacher at Franklin Elementary, and today I want to share how one educator's vision has transformed our students' lives through the arts. Under the leadership of Assistant Principal Xochitl Foya, Franklin Elementary has become a beacon of artistic excellence, earning the California Exemplary Arts Education Award in 2023. As a former music educator, Ms. Tafoya deeply understands how arts education enriches student learning and well-being. Starting from 4th grade, students at Franklin can explore their interest and passion through visual arts, music, dance, and sports. This extended learning time offered weekly has become a cornerstone of student development, fostering creativity, self-expression, and meaningful social connections. Students in Franklin have become true cultural ambassadors, representing Santa Barbara County at significant events. Their performances at the Michael Tobes Library Plaza grand opening and in the Santa Barbara Dia de los Muertos events showcase the program's success in connecting students with their cultural heritage through Mexican folklorico dance. Alongside this, parents and guardians have been deeply invested in their students' artistic endeavors by supporting them in all fronts, gathering materials, attending extra rehearsals, cutting and sewing costumes, and bringing their entire family to support Franklin students. Ms. Tafoya's vision extends beyond our school walls through partnerships and organizations like UCSB Arts and Lex. These collaborations bring world-renowned artists to our campuses for assemblies, masterclasses, and cultural exchanges. This exposure to professional artists and diverse artistic expressions has created a comprehensive arts education exposure to our students that will benefit them throughout their academic careers.
20 seconds.
This unique programming under Assistant Principal Tafoya's leadership has demonstrated that its benefit our students, parents, and community at large, as each year there has been an incremental increase of interest in our students to try something new, get out of their comfort zone, and challenge themselves to rise up to the occasion. So much that she has not only invested in her students during their time at Franklin, but setting them up for success in their entire K-12 educational journey. For example, with the newly formed dance pipeline of Folklorico starting at Franklin, going on to the junior high and Santa Barbara High.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, I just want this kind of visionary leadership is not often encountered. Leadership that sees the potential in every child and creates opportunity for them to shine with culturally responsive curriculum that reflects our students' diverse backgrounds while building self-esteem and social emotional skills through shared artistic experiences. Thank you.
Mark Nicholas, Layla DeGuilio, and Kristen Ontes.
Good evening. My name is Mark Nicholas, and I am a music teacher at Franklin Elementary. I stand before you now as a credentialed specialist from the VAPA community, going my second year in this district. However, this was not my first rodeo. I was an art and music specialist at another school district since 2015, serving one school until COVID arrived on the scene. The year before I went to the credential program, it was during the time when schools were starting to go work on in-person learning. Considering the circumstances, I was asked to serve as a music specialist to not one or two, but all 9 schools in the district. Insanely enough, I took on the challenge. Now, I'm sure you have questions as to how this all worked. Was there music offered at every site? Yes, although I had to visit up to 4 schools a day, teaching around 4 to 5 classes. Did every student receive the opportunity to take music? No. It was up to the grade level teams to sign up for 3 to 5 music sessions a semester because it was impossible to accommodate for the entire district. As a result, I taught music by grade level, 3 to 4 classes outside containing 18-20 students. Don't worry, the teachers were present. Having told my story, it has come to my attention that because of future budget cuts, specialists like my colleagues in art and music and also STEAM could be covering multiple school sites in order for our school district to confirm that every school within it has the instruction with these subjects, right? And that that this will have little effect on the students. I have a couple of questions for you to consider. First, has the administration taken consideration of the time, effort, and dedication that each of the VAPA teachers invested in their sites to create the learning environment for their students up to this point? If so, how will the administration
20 seconds.
ensure, thank you, all the students that we specialists are currently instructing will continue to have the opportunity to receive the same quality and time of instruction given to new conditions of serving multiple sites? And finally, which best describes our district support to our students given the future circumstances? Building a strong foundation where students can grow and flourish in their craft, or building facades, checking off the visual boxes, but producing the bare minimum with less commitment?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Kristen Antejas, Maureen Granger, and Amy Gates. I'm sorry, Layla. You're right. Sorry. I'm still new at this part.
That's it.
I'm working on it.
Which button to? Oh, that's
Layla?
it. Hi, good evening. I am the proud parent of a Monroe Mustang as well as a Lacumba Lancer. I felt compelled to speak tonight in support of our elementary school specials teacher. I am deeply troubled by what the district flyer calls the strategic master scheduling of our special teachers in elementary school. I fear that this is vague wording for what is essentially piecemealing arts education around the elementary schools to the detriment of our youngest and most vulnerable students. As a parent, I could weep over the profound impact that our music and arts teachers have made on my children and their peers. These educators give their students spaces and places to discover dimensions of themselves that may not be revealed any other place on campus. The possibility of piecing our specials teachers together to cover a certain number of instructional minutes across multiple schools denies the irreplaceable role they play on our elementary school campuses. Can you imagine piecing apart Ms. Dutton or Ms. Caruso, champions of creativity? At Monroe, we're facing the destabilizing position that our music, art, and PE teachers will not be there every day. And it is just not true, as the flyer says, that this will not result in a reduction in services. School is a laboratory, and the entire school day and every educator are part of that learning ecosystem. And the presence of every member of the ecosystem is important, and that includes our specials teachers. Also, the district's budget proposal, as well as news out of LA Unified just today, moved me to also call our district leaders to account for their stewardship of Prop 28. I'm not naive to think that one proposition to go could answer all our needs in arts education, but I do have questions. In November 22, 67% of our county voted in favor of that proposition that provides money to expand and augment visual and performing arts instruction. That includes staff. We don't often get solid data on what our larger community, our state even, values in education. And voters said loud and clear that we care about arts education. And a slash in arts and music education we are moving in the opposite direction of that vision, to our detriment.
Thank you for your
Thank
comments.
you for your time.
Thanks. Okay. Kristen Antejas, Maureen Granger, and Amy Gates. Yes. Is it? Okay.
Is it on? Okay, it's on. Hi. As a teacher, the proposed district budget cuts seem completely asinine. I think it is ludicrous to even propose cutting certificated teaching positions of any kind and think that it will not directly affect student outcomes. Why is elementary staffing disproportionately affected by these cuts? Why does the district administration propose to harm our most valuable students, vulnerable students in the beginning of their educational careers? By removing supports from elementary students, these budget cuts would cripple students' ability to be successful in schooling later and in life. I urge you, the school board, to look carefully at all possible ways to amend our budget without cutting our most valuable staff members, such as specials teachers, MTSS coordinators, and the instructional coaches that we as teachers rely on to help us support our students.
Thank you. Maureen Granger, followed by Amy Gates and Kat Ross. What? Okay, okay. Was that one that was on both? Okay. All right. So this is Amy. Okay.
Hello, school board and community members. My name is Amy Gates, and I am currently the instructional coach at Monroe Elementary. My job is in the proposed cuts, and I want to speak to some larger systemic issues with the way that Santa Barbara Unified is approaching these budget cuts. First, I'd like to point out that these cuts disproportionately affect our elementary students. The proposed cuts include 37 certificated teachers, 18.4 in secondary, and 18.5 in elementary. While that may sound equitable, the proposal cuts 18 from the approximately 200 elementary teachers, while cutting 18 from the approximately 600 secondary teachers. The effect on elementary is 3 times as large. Our district's youngest learners are frequently put last, and it needs to stop. Second, I'd like to point out that this is not the first time that we have been faced with the proposal of large personnel cuts. In my almost 20 years in the district, I have seen this cycle many times. We build up supports for our students only to take them away a few years later. Where is the strategic plan for reducing district spending while maintaining supports for our elementary students? The district administration has stated over and over again in every communication about the budget and proposed cuts that they will, quote, ensure little impact on students, especially our most vulnerable. In the proposed cuts to elementary certificated staff, the positions of art and STEAM teachers, PE teachers, music teachers, MTSS coordinators, and instructional coaches are written into the LCAP. The LCAP is the document that outlines how SB Unified will support its most vulnerable student populations. These jobs have been written into the LCAP for many years, pre-COVID even. And so I ask, what is the evidence? What evidence has been provided to show that these positions are no longer needed and will no longer support our elementary students? School board, I encourage you to speak up and ask the hard questions of the district administration and the finance team. Why was the process used to determine the proposed cuts not made transparent before the process started?
Thank you. Your time is
What
up.
other budget reductions were considered before deciding to cut 37 certificated teaching positions, the people who have daily interactions with students?
Thank you.
What is the direct impact on students of cutting specials teachers, MTSS coordinators, and instructional coaches? We are in the business of education,
Thank you.
and
Your
the
time is
support of
up.
our students should come first. Please help to ensure that our students, especially our elementary students, are put first in budget decisions. Thank you.
Kat Ross, Edon Coronado, and Sonora Coronado.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. I saw that. Thank you. Okay. The district uses projections to ensure that we meet our 3% reserve minimum, right? And that's great. We should definitely be doing that. But the question is, are the projections accurate? And the board is ideally positioned to ask these longitudinal questions, right? Like our staff is like really great at doing the year to year important work. But your job is to see how are we looking more historically, right? Like more systemic, like long-term vision. That's your job. And so the question I guess I would be asking if I had your job is, what has the accuracy of these type of projections, these revenue projections how accurate have they been historically, right? So if we look back over the last 10 years, have any of them been accurate? How accurate have they been? Oh shit. It turns out we are historically underestimating by 20 to $30 million next year and the second year out every year, like every single year. That error is more than the amount of money we need to make up next year. So we're saying that we need to cut 10 million next year. But our error in revenue projection is historically 20 million for next year and 30 million the year after. So before you cut people's jobs and you tell them, we can't pay for you, I'm so sorry.
20 seconds.
It would be really I would think, your fiduciary responsibility, right? To assess, is the math model that we're using accurate? Before we tell these people that they've lost their jobs. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Edon Coronado, followed by Sonora Coronado and Brittany Minor.
Good afternoon, board and cabinet members. My name is Adani Coronado. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Franklin Elementary. And I'm here on behalf of the instructional coach team, which includes my wife, Sonora Coronado, who has been an instructional coach for the past 2 years. In those 2 years, she's seen her job title and description change, has gone through countless trainings paid for by the district to learn how to better serve the students and teachers she works with. My question to you and the cabinet members is, where is all this knowledge that they acquired, that you invested time and money into, going once that position is let go? Also, where's all the work they spent hours on? Where's that work being dispersed to? It seems like every year for the past few years, more and more jobs are being taken away that benefit students the most. The benefit of having the instructional coaches has allowed us teachers to have a better understanding of the curriculums that you have asked us to teach. This allows us time to invest in how to make each lesson diverse and student specific. If one of the goals in our district is to ensure that each child gets an education that is geared specifically to them, then why are we taking jobs away that will help us teachers make that happen? It baffles me that jobs were allowed to be created using funds that were known to expire at some point with no plan on how to pay for that position in the future. As the jobs continue to be cut, more and more work will be put on teachers, which will in turn negatively affect our students in the end. Please reconsider your position on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize about missing the I at the end of your name, Adani. Next is Sonora Coronado, followed by Brittany Minor.
Hi, I'm Sonora Coronado, the instructional coach at Roosevelt Elementary. I'm here tonight at 7:48, tired, sick, and pregnant, because I couldn't sit back and not take action while this district proposes another set of cuts that would prove to be detrimental to students across this district. You've already heard about the many cuts proposed within MTSS and instructional coaches, so I won't go over that again. But what I will do is share a summary of important tasks that each role is responsible for at their site. And I'm taking this directly from the district written job descriptions. So instructional coaches support teachers in improving instructional practices through coaching cycles, professional development, excuse me, and collaborative planning. We work closely with school and district leaders to implement equitable, standards-based literacy frameworks and ensure effective teaching strategies, especially for underserved student populations. This includes co-teaching, modeling lessons, facilitating professional learning communities, and promoting culturally and linguistically sustaining pedagogies to enhance student learning outcomes. And that's just a few of the many things that happen in the instructional coach space. MTSS TOSAs, multi-tiered systems of support, teachers on special assignment, are responsible for implementing a multi-tiered system of support across one or more school sites in the past. It involves collaborating with school staff, students, and families to provide targeted instruction, interventions, and professional development to ensure all students receive equitable support to succeed academically and socially. and focus on equity, accountability, and student-centered approaches while fostering a positive school culture and climate, again, amongst many other things that they do. These are some of the people that the proposal would eliminate if voted in favor of. The district has poured time and resources into both the coaching team
15
and the
seconds.
MTSS team to ensure that evidence-based practices are being supported and implemented at every site. Please, I urge you to vote on this matter while centering student needs in your decision. The district says they want to make cuts that have the least amount of impact on children. I can assure you, those of us in these positions have great impact. No cuts to kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany Minor.
Hi, my name is Brittany Miner. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Roosevelt, and I'm also speaking to the cuts to our instructional coaches in MTSS. And while I appreciate lower class sizes, it's truly wonderful, I don't think that cutting these positions directly benefits students. So since literacy and instructional coaches were introduced, our site has been lucky enough to have multiple people fill this position. I cannot count how many times I've been directly helped by these teachers, from book ideas to helpful rubrics. I've collaborated and learned from their dedicated work to better understanding our curriculum. Every year, Roosevelt does one school, one book, and every student on campus reads the same book. And our literacy and instructional coaches, I'm going back and forth because our last one was our literacy coach. They've always gone above and beyond with this project, promoting literacy, making reading fun and engaging for readers from TK to 6th grade. So this cannot be replicated by a parent volunteer or fit under any other capacity of a staff member at our site. So of course, this is also in addition to our coaches' weekly meetings with grade levels, mentoring, and co-teaching. So our instructional coaches play pivotal roles, especially at our site. And students were devastated 2 years ago when our literacy coach left, resigned, and moved away. And I know they're going to be devastated again if our coach has to leave this year. So it just shows you how pivotal a role that they play at our site and the impact that they have. And that truly does affect our students. So, and then also MTS plays an important role at sites. They're analyzing site-specific data, working alongside teachers and admin, and collaborating on ideas to help increase student achievement in targeted areas. They provide guidance for teachers. Our site, like many, have a lot of new teachers who rely on MTSS for ideas on developing strategies to help their students. So please amend this part of the budget cut and keep instructional coaches on every campus and MTS at their sites.
Thank you. That completes the public comment.
So I'm going to actually have us go on a brief recess so that the translators get a break. I also kind of need a break. I need 10 minutes, and we will come back at 8:02. All right, welcome back, everyone. We will reopen this meeting at 8:04 p.m. And just as a reminder, we're going to do our questions first. I imagine there's going to be quite a few questions. And then when we get to the discussion portion, what I'm going to challenge us to do, we're not voting on anything, but we have between now and next meeting, and then ultimately the March 11th meeting, to make some really big decisions about the budget. I would like for us to deliberate, express how you feel, be very specific so that the comments that are made are actionable and that we're giving clear direction. And I'm hoping that as a board, as we discuss amongst each other, that we can land in common places on some of the recommendations that are in today's board memo, and hopefully be able to, as a board, without a vote, give some sort of direction to staff for them to either come back with us with something, or either telling them that certain portions of what is in the board memo we support. We may want to see some changes. We may want to see more information. So if we can if it's just one board member, not as impactful if it's a majority or all of us. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask now, or we can just jump into your questions for staff.
I'm sorry,
Ms. Caffrey.
what do you mean by questions?
So do you have any questions for me about the discussion portion before we jump into our questions for staff? before?
Are we doing questions and then comments?
Correct.
Got it.
Okay. So who would like to ask questions of Dr. Becchio or Ms. Hernandez or Dr. Maldonado first?
I'm going to go close to the end.
Okay. Fair enough. Ms. Caffrey?
Oh. I'm trying to separate questions and comments. That's fine. So what I'm curious about is how we decided to look at instructional TOSAs and MTSS. So given our LCAP goals of improving outcomes and having high quality teachers, I'm wondering why we're looking at that category to cut.
So as I stated earlier, we had a process where we looked at the functions and roles of the people that we have in the system, and we really wanted to hear from our principals as to what are places where we can focus the services that are direct to students as the highest priority, followed by those that are supporting those roles. They told us that they felt having instructional coaches and MTSS coaches sometimes blurred a little bit of the lines in terms of what everybody's role was. As you know, we invested in SWIFT MTSS for the last 3 years with COVID money. That role was never meant to be an ongoing forever role. It was meant to transition our system into a systems data decision-making system. So we knew that eventually that position would go away. The functions of that position should be now part of the fabric of how we do business. The principals told us we could take the two positions and look at some of the functions that they are doing, which includes that the principal should be providing feedback to teachers as part of their instructional leadership. And they told us, let's combine or consolidate that work and create one assistant principal for elementary schools that have 450 students or more. So our larger elementary schools, which is only 3 of them. And then let's take the other positions and create a teacher on special assignment position that will be assigned to all the other smaller schools. We have schools with 200 some students, some with 300 students, and some with 450. So we looked at enrollment as a way to decide what kind of services we would provide. Currently, everybody was getting the same, but they found that they're, except for SBCA, I think has a little bit less because their enrollment is they're one of the lower enrolled schools. So this came from a workshop with principals on looking at where can we consolidate functions and roles and what would that look like while still keeping some of the services to our students intact.
I have a question that relates to that. So I think we might have to do a little back and forth because I feel like staying on topic would be a good part of the good way to discuss this. So when I hear that response, I have a couple of thoughts. The first thought is it sounds like the principals have made a decision. And we are hearing in the comments that there are some supports that these instructional coaches provide that I don't see an assistant principal providing. So I feel that there is a difference here. And that's what I'm trying to understand, because we have said that we want to maintain instruction to our students. So I need to hear how that gulf is going to be breached or the gap, sorry, breached, the gap closed. The other thing is we have heard so the question is I need to hear, like, why is there why am I hearing 2 different things? And are we actually, it doesn't sound like it's falling that way. That's what I'm saying. So the question I'm asking is, this is a really complex question because I think I'm asking several questions in this. I'm asking, is that true? Is it really true? Can the AP provide
the support that our instructional coaches are providing. And then I'd probably end up going into comments. So yeah.
Okay, so the question you're asking is it true that the AP can do what the instructional coach is doing right now? The answer is absolutely not. That is not true. We are not saying in this plan that we're going to have the job of an instructional coach be replicated by an assistant principal. That would be wrong. That's not how we would address. As I stated in my opening remarks, we're making real cuts, which means reductions in services. The role of the instructional coach cannot be replicated by an assistant principal, nor will the role of the MTSS coach as we know it currently. So what's happening this year is not going to happen next year. With the time that people have, they will do their best to continue to do the essential functions of what is expected, providing feedback to teachers, working with them on looking at standards, looking at lessons, but it's not going to be the level of obviously having a coach or an MTSS person. And if it's feeling to you that we're saying that nothing will change, that's not at all what we're saying.
Ms. Caffrey?
May I make a comment on instructional coaches on
Sure.
this portion? So I think we received many emails from instructional coaches and we heard about how much they support our students. And then I just looked up. So basically, can I read a little blurb? Years of research indicate teachers who receive instructional coaching improve their quality of instruction and make gains in student achievement. The effect of teacher coaching on instruction achievement, a meta-analysis of the causal evidence, was conducted by researchers Matthew A. Kraft, associate professor at Brown University, and David Glazer, assistant professor at the University of Maryland, College Park. The 60 studies examined were randomized controlled trials focused on students' standardized test scores and measures of teachers' instructional practices as rated by outside observers. The researchers found instructional coaching had a greater impact on instruction than almost all school-based interventions, including student incentives, teacher pre-service training, merit-based pay, general professional development, data-driven instruction, and extended learning time. In fact, they determined the quality of teachers' instruction improves by as much or even more than the difference in effectiveness between a new teacher and one with 5 to 10 years of experience. Similarly, student performance improved with instructional coaching regardless of whether a teacher was a novice or a veteran. So basically, as a group, what I would like to talk about is, are we looking at evidence-based practices in our schools and seeing what really moves the needle for our students? And it seems like instructional coaching makes a huge difference in teacher quality, and also teachers feel supported. And we all know we have a ways to go with where we want to be for our students. So this seems like a lever
I appreciate that. We will have that discussion, but I kind of want us to get the information, ask your questions so that we can then jump into those like meaningful discussions, because I know I have a lot of questions on basically every single one of these categories. So
I feel like we should take each category and discuss it, because otherwise we're going to be.
That's not a bad idea. Okay. So let me ask my questions, because unless you all have questions about this category. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay. So it sounds like we shouldn't expect the same level of service next year, maybe even the following year, because we're going to continue to have to make cuts or find ways to save money or find additional revenue. But what are the, I don't want to say plans, but what are the considerations for supporting our educators in the classroom so that they're still getting some professional development? It doesn't look the same, but what are some of these approaches or considerations?
So I want to start by saying that I completely agree that instructional coaches have a high effect rate on teacher efficacy. When we looked at this, we looked at student outcomes, and the highest predictor of student outcomes is the direct teacher classroom instruction. So the services to students is where we sort of placed our focus, with knowledge that the next level of service to students would be a coach to their teacher. So it's completely agreed. And I want to say that in 2021, when I arrived, I brought instructional coaching to this district. So completely agree with that. To answer your question, we have a lot of time that we invest in teacher PLC time, professional learning communities time. We know that some of those teachers that we have highly trained in instructional coaching will more than likely end up returning to the classroom, becoming part of a grade level. We know that they're not going to let go of their learning, and they will be part of grade level meetings with PLCs. We know that there are other teachers who may not be in the current role of instructional coach who serve as mentor teachers. There are many teachers who can help each other. During PLC time, that is the grade level meeting time for teachers to work with each other. And so at this point, and in my long career, when I've seen coaching, no coaching, coaching again, we do have to rely on peer-to-peer support for teachers. And this is a big shift from when I started teaching, when we used to just close our doors and be individual teachers, and nobody really, and I'm stating myself, nobody really collaborated with us as a grade level to look at our outcomes and design instruction together. So I feel that the investment we have in PLC time will be the next level, where we'll have to look at how teachers can work together. We are looking at the professional learning budget. To your question, we gladly take your advice if you want us to invest in professional learning. So all of this is trade-offs, because we cannot also create a budget for professional learning because we don't have instructional coaches. So that is where all of these trade-offs remain. Right now, we are not looking at any money towards professional learning for the summer as of yet, as part of these decisions, because we're trying to scoop away from who is closest to that triangle, the teacher, the student, and the curriculum.
And so, give me a second. Go ahead.
So I think it is helpful to look at longitudinal data, and I was just trying to understand other categories where we could perhaps find savings. For example, and I'm new to this, so I don't know what is involved in each category, but I would like to have, I think what would be helpful as a board member is to have more details so that we can really decide on trade-offs, because I still think instructional coaches are really close to the triangle. So for example, school site administration, if you look at 2019, we spent $11.5 million, and in 2024, we spent $15.75 million, which was a 36% increase over those years. And then all other pupil services, we spent $14.7 million in 2019 and $24 million in 2024, which is a 62% increase. So I'm wondering what is involved in pupil services that we're spending $10 more million over. I mean, I'm telling you the change in basically, what I'm wondering is, like, what are these other categories that we can look at that are farther away, and why have we increased spending, for example, on ancillary services? What is included in that category? So these categories that are more administrative, like, I just don't know what is, why our spending has.
So I'll have my staff come up and answer that.
Good evening. I can respond to pupil personnel services. That includes all services to our special ed students. It includes our homeless, McKinney-Vento, counseling, our clinicians. During COVID, we had a lot of contracts with outside vendors providing counseling for the district, and we moved some of that from K-8, it is actually, we have our own staff now, but it's all those services that are direct services, our health services, our pupil personnel services, transportation for our homeless students, our family engagement is additional pupil personnel services. It's anything that's not the teaching and learning.
Are legal costs around special ed and pupil services part of that, or is that a different line?
I'm going to yield. I don't know where that falls in the budget.
So do you have a question or can I jump in? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, so I guess my question is, if we're spending $24 million on that in 2024, do we anticipate in 2025 we're going to spend the same amount or less? I mean, or maintain that level of spending?
So I do want to remind you in special education, we have a maintenance of effort. So what we spend in SPED for last year, we maintain this year with some caveats of where it can be reduced. That's also included in that number. So those are the additional supports to students. As far as our contracts for gen ed students, we anticipate being very responsible with public funds, which is what we've been doing. And we've been reducing actually each year.
I'm just curious as a board member to get more detail on all of these other categories so that we can understand what trade-offs we could potentially make that are a little farther from instruction. So that's my question.
I guess my question related to that would help, because to do this for every single category, to itemize all of the costs would be, no, it would be us getting down in the weeds to where I think what is actually a better question, in my opinion, would be what were the other trade-offs that were being weighed? So if we're talking about trade-offs and about if the if the TOSAs, the MTSS folks, if we're saying that there are trade-offs with those if we want to keep them, I think to Ms. Caffrey's point, I think that's where we want a little bit more information about what are the trade-offs, what were some of the other services that we thought about cutting or removing, and what were the trade-offs for those. I think that is helpful for us to get through the thought process of how you ended up here versus somewhere else.
So we can certainly give you those. I don't have them in front of me because we went through lots of iterations. I will say that I want to remind the board that the biggest cost in a school district is salaries and benefits. So staffing is where we're going to naturally go to in terms of where we're going to cut. Salaries and benefits are the highest cost. When we looked at, you mentioned pupil services, and I do want to ask about the increase in administration. I wasn't sure the numbers that you were citing, about a 36% increase. I just want to double check that with Dr. Becchio.
I guess that's the change from 2019 to 2024. So basically I'm comparing how much we spent in 2019 to how much we spent in 2024 and did a percentage change calculation.
Just to be clear, you're just looking dollars to dollars, not FTEs to FTEs or personnel to personnel. You're looking at total spend. So in that whole time, we also had salary increases and benefit increases and all that. So we can look at that and see what the difference is. But yeah, so I just wanted to be clear what you're asking.
So the trade-offs, we will have to get back to you on all the different things we looked at, but I'm just going to go back to the salaries and benefits is where we're going to have the most. Now, we're talking about elementary right now. In the recommendations we gave you, we also looked at our secondary scheduling, and we are taking some money there by reducing the amount of courses. If the board decided to reduce that even further, we could save money there and perhaps put back the instructional coaches. We would have to look at the cost of reducing further in the secondary master schedule as well. And I believe we were looking at just a little over $1 million for the reducing the course takes. And if my brain is working well, for the instructional coaches at every elementary is just about $1 million. So that could be because currently we're offering well over the required course takes to meet our graduation requirements. We used to be at 240 credits that we are offered, and we're currently cutting down to 285 by taking away 10. So we took another 10 off and reduced that to 275. We could reduce staffing in the high school space to make room for the elementary. So those are some of the trade-offs that we can look at in terms of the way that we looked at this. The junior high school, sorry, I'm just gonna still try to answer his question. The junior high school, we did have the junior high school principals consolidate the family engagement liaisons, again, to try to save money. So they went a different route. So each of the groups worked together to try to come up with these recommendations, obviously with our guidance as well. But I would say, as in a TK-12 system, it does cost more to run high schools, and half of our students are in our high schools. And just about less than half of that, a quarter, are in elementary. So if the board as a whole decides, hey, let's keep instructional coaches, which I would not disagree with, but I will need you to tell me then if that would be another trade-off we could look at. Does that help us to answer the question
Yes,
you were
that
asking?
does. Dr. Beal.
So we kind of went into comment territory.
Yeah, and so I kind of want to bring us back to questions a little bit, because these things are related. To Dr. Maldonado's point right now, if we're talking about the trade-offs, I would like to ask all my questions about all of these topics, so that when we're having a conversation about, do we have the discussion about reducing the master schedule at the high schools to create that funding for keeping the TOSAs, right? And
well, we looked at counselors. Sorry, they just sent me the list. We looked at counselors. We looked at the ratio of counselors, the recommended versus the average versus the current. And I did send the board some data on our average. So just going back to the trade-offs, counselors, we have, those ratios that we can look at and increasing those a little bit. Those are some of the trade-offs we looked at. Avid support program, peak program, places where we're doing extra for some of our most vulnerable kids.
Yeah,
Just to answer
thank you. Dr. Beal.
I actually have a very specific question, and this is not saying that I feel like I support having the instructional coaches not retain their positions, but looking at this whole bumping scheme, if we had instructional coaches who are teachers and they are no longer going to be instructional coaches, so they're going to return to the classroom, what happens to those teachers that are in those positions? Are we going through a reduction in staff at the same, basically?
So it's like I mentioned, what we'll have to do is an analysis on the attrition. That's really an important piece on the certificated side. So if, for example, I know of 14 retirements right now, and I know of, let's say, 8 resignations. And so those start adding up to 20, 30, 40 FTEs that we know are leaving our district. Now they have to match credential areas, right? So, the multiple subject has to match the number that left, have to match the number we need places for. But so I have to look at that and try to make a kind of an estimate or determination of how many we'll actually need to release. So, but if we had no attrition, none whatsoever, in the scenario you presented, a more senior teacher who is going back to the classroom would bump the least senior person out, and they would lose employment.
So are you basically saying that since we are seeing a decrease in enrollment, if we didn't have anybody retire, we would be releasing teachers that are at the lowest?
If we had no attrition whatsoever, and the decision is to eliminate FTEs, we would need to free positions for the most senior teachers.
Great. Ms. Caffrey.
I think what would be helpful is just more information for the board. So, for example, I think it would be helpful to know about our spending every year so we can understand trends from 2019 through 2024, because I'm wondering about spending outside of instructional spending. I understand that 91% of our spending is on people. What percentage of that is on teachers? And then what percentage is on administration? What percentage is, I think we need to break down by category so we really understand how we're spending our money.
Ms. Hernandez.
Yeah, we can do that. We have that. But also to remind you, though, we had COVID. Like, so we had a ton of money it's not going to be apples to apples in any way because of after 2018 forward, we had this huge growth of everything, right? So it'll give you some information, but it's not, I don't know that it's going to give you the information that you exactly are looking for just because it's going to be so different.
Dr. Beal.
I actually have the same question, which is we have this number that we've gone up to 91% of spending on salaries. And I know that when we've looked at school districts, we've been, saying on average, it's somewhere between, 82, 85%. And we've looked at charts in the past. And so I like to see that breakdown also. And I'm also interested in, we talk about that there's direct classroom supports. And I know that we had to actually determine that for that calculation, right? And so we do separate that out. Would that include the instructional supports? Are they considered in the classroom?
I believe you're talking about CEA.
Yes.
Yes. The law is very strict on who is or isn't counted. So I know that I will ask Ms. Hernandez to elaborate. I believe that they have to provide, who is counted in the CEA has to provide direct services to students.
Right. So would our instructional supports be put into that category?
So it depends. We would have to look at their job description. I think it probably does. And so for elementary, they have to teach at least a period every week. Okay. And then for the junior high and on up, it's amount of minutes per week.
Okay.
So I think we tried to kind of make sure that they were in the classroom a certain amount so that they probably are counted. In the past, they were not counted.
And so if you are able to break that down for us so we can understand the spending better, I would want to have it, separated so that we understand who is being included and sort of these larger categories. And I think, I am curious about, we knew that reducing class size would be an expense, and that is something we felt would be good for the district. And it has had an impact on staffing. So I think that actually has to be part of the discussion, just so we understand the decisions that we made, because we're all trying to wrap our mind around the financials.
Yeah.
Ms. Munoz.
Yes, thank you. I have a question about the secondary master schedule and the graduation requirements. Because I am concerned, I am concerned about the class offerings to secondary students. I know that's more of a comment rather than a question. However, I am seeing that in terms of the recommendation, from the secondary schools, is that we are looking at a, big reduction in secondary master schedule already. So I'm just wondering about like a further impact on that, and for example, and what teacher attrition we're looking at also at the secondary level.
I'm just trying to understand the first part of your question. So, are you asking about the high school course takes and
high school course takes? In terms of what I know we're looking at a big reduction, right? In terms of the graduation requirements, the courses that.
Okay. I think I understand your question. So thank you for helping me out there. Currently, our requirement to graduate high school is 220 credits. And to take a traditional 6-period day, for example, forget the block for a second, 6-period day. That 6-period day would allow a student to get 240 units over their time in high school. The 4x4 block, because it has year-long courses, it has 4 of them the first semester or term, I think they call it. And then it has 4 year-long courses in the second semester. So they have 8 course takes there. So what we are currently offering staffing for is 9th graders to get 8 course takes, 10th graders to get 8 course takes. So that's 80 units, another 80 units their sophomore year. And then junior year, 7.5 course takes. So that's 75 units. And then senior year, I believe it's 6.5 course takes. Okay. If you add all those credits up that were, and I checked what they're giving students on the back end, I looked at the data. The high schools are hitting those marks, 8, 8, 7.5, 6.5. And so we're actually offering them 295 units over the course of their high school career. We're giving them, we're giving this high school staffing to do that. We actually upstaffed to do that during COVID. Prior to COVID, San Marcos was nowhere near offering that. They had students with dismissal period and things like that. But so the proposal that we put forward was to reduce the staffing at the high schools. So they are only going to be able to give students 285 units instead of 295. Are those numbers right? Is it 285 and 275? Okay, so yeah, my memory is serving me right. So, so that's the proposal that's in front of you. It's basically taking away a course take somewhere. It doesn't have to be all to juniors or all to seniors. It could be that, 75% of the sophomores get 8 course takes, but 25% of them don't want 8. They want 6 or 7. And then over the course of all those students, they would average out to be 275 units that they're offering. Does that help you, Rose? I hope I give you a lot of information. But...
Yes, that helps. Helps me to understand it, because I am concerned about cutting back more on the schedule, on the secondary schedules, because of the impact, I think, on the morale of the students and keeping their interest during secondary school. In other words, helping them be successful and, be motivated. Yeah.
Was there another question that you had too? Sorry, I think you had a second one, but
I did, and I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Yes, a bit of a follow-up to that. Assuming you cut these course credits and the course takes go lower, if you maintain a 4x4 block at the same time, that's going to mean that there are more students not doing things during that block, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's one of the questions I had is this being considered in addition to,
assuming that you're also filling the classrooms at a floor. Because remember, the amount of course takes also means there are less students if we're offering, am I saying that correct, John? Because if the floor is 20, if we get, assuming that students are enrolling to the minimum.
I think the question, though, what I heard the question to be was asking if there's less course takes students are taking, that means there's periods where they're not in a class. Right. And so they call that dismissal. And yes, that definitely will be a result of that. There will be some students that have 4 the 4 periods they have a class fall semester. And the spring semester, they have 3 with 1 period where it's a dismissal. So that could happen.
That's a 2-hour period in a 4x4 block.
A 90-minute.
90-minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Beal.
I think this is maybe a little bit of the question that comes from both. I feel that I remember hearing as a parent during COVID that the 4x4 block was decided for many reasons, including credit recovery. So I think when Board Member Munoz is asking about A to G completion, we went to the 4x4 block to allow students to have more credits so for better credit recovery. And so that it may or may not be affected. Is that the question, right? And so, and I think that also speaks to what Board Member Banning is sort of asking is what are we putting in place when we remove these classes from these students? But I have a bigger question, but that goes into the comments.
Oh, yeah. So in terms of A through G, I mean, you just, again, there are other places that offer 4x4 block, and there's other places that probably offer way less offerings than Santa Barbara does. We did increase our offerings. Again, it was a time when we had money. We're offering a lot to the students, a lot of different options, which is great. And yes, they're able to retake an A through G course, for example. There could be some students like that, but that will not change because there's still 275 units offered. And so the principals can be strategic about who gets 8 under this system. A student could get 8 as a senior, as long as someone else somewhere else had 7 or 7.5. So, but they would still have extra offerings.
So I think really my response to that is this could be done in a way that doesn't sacrifice either, but we've talked about smart scheduling, and the conversation has been to have the high schools do a modified block schedule. And I feel that we really can kind of bridge that, that what we're seeing, where we can have classes that, you know, there's the students are in that class longer. So maybe the credit, whatever. So once again, smart scheduling, we have contracted in our consent agenda to have an agency look at Santa Barbara Junior High and Santa Barbara Senior High to look at how we can schedule in an intelligent way to have staffing and classes and ratios be good. If we are looking to reduce our credits in the high school space, in the secondary high school space, I think we can do this in a way that doesn't sacrifice anything. That's my concern. I think that's a concern that everybody is talking about here. And I feel that if we can do that in a way that allows our staff to feel that we are contracting, but in a healthy way, without reducing services to the students, but also allows us to contract staff a little bit, because we will have attrition. I would love to send that money over to the elementary schools, and our elementary schools are our investment in our secondary schools. They're not separate. They're just out of sync in time. So I can't look at them as separate spaces.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? So when you're looking at class sizes, which we locked into our last contract as an investment in low class sizes, because we all said that was really important. One of the things that it did is it kind of, when you're talking about most of your budget being staffing, it makes it inflexible. It's already chosen, it's in the contract. But is it right to look at the master schedule as one of those areas where it does have a little bit of flexibility for us to take a look at classes, the class offerings? Because we probably don't have that in many other spaces in the district.
Well, particularly the high school master schedules, there's a lot of flexibility when you're offering. So when I was a high school principal, we offered 240. We got our kids graduated, and actually the grad requirements were 240 back then. We dropped them to 220. So 295 is a ton of flexibility to, figure out it, but it is trade-offs, because if you offer less, a kid has to dismissal. I didn't have a problem with dismissal, with students having a dismissal period as a high school principal. Just because they could go do their work, they can go to the library, it's more like a college atmosphere. But anyways, sorry, I was distracted by the laughing in the back, so I forget where I was at. But anyway, so that has a ton of flexibility in it, that high school schedule, no doubt. Class size is not flexible because of the contract language. So,
And so with the number of offerings that we have in secondary, are we seeing smaller class sizes even when, especially when you compare it to the contract language?
sorry, say
So-
the first part again. Are we in which schedule?
Secondary,
Uh-huh.
are we seeing, because we have so many offerings,
So yeah, what happens in the master schedules in secondary is the more offerings you have, it's all about seat counts. So when you offer a bunch of classes and it's more than the seats you need for your kids, then you're going to have small class sizes. So
yeah, that's just my question, trying to highlight the point that probably one of the only spaces at which we do have far, I don't know about far, but probably in some of our classes, far lower class sizes compared to the contract language.
yeah. There's also, I was just going to say about smart scheduling. I don't know a lot. I've never heard that term before, but there's trade-offs in scheduling, right? So 8 course takes is a lot. The 4x4 offers 8 course takes. When you go to a modified block, if it's a 6-period day modified block, you're offering, 240 units. If you go to a 7-period day, you're offering one more course offering, but it's not as many as 8. And you can modify the block however you want. But so there's trade-offs where you, and then it also, there's a trade-off between, what we end up settling on and how many classes teachers teach for a full contract. So at the 4x4, they do 6, and the 6-period day, they do 5 classes. So those are the variables that are all trade-offs.
Mr. Benny.
I'm sorry, I didn't even have it on that time. Are the dismissal periods more common or limited to the upper grade levels?
They're more common right now. They're actually limited to the juniors and seniors because almost every 9th and 10th grader has 8 course takes.
And would that remain in these models of reduced credits that you're talking about? That the freshmen and sophomores would likely be on full?
It would be my hunch would be that it still would be in talking to the high school principals, it still would be tilted towards the upperclassmen. And 9th graders would carry 8, and there would be some sophomores that may not carry 8, but mostly it'll be juniors and seniors. That's what I heard from them when I met with high school principals about this topic.
And are there certain classes that are exempt by contract from the class size limit? For example, performance classes or PE classes or things like that?
Yes.
And are they used to balance out lower classes in other places? Are they not meant to do that?
No, I don't think they really balance them out. PE is set in contract, so PE is 40. And marching band is exempt and things like that. But it doesn't really, I don't think it really balances them out necessarily. If anything, it's a lot of the kids, if they have a huge marching band at a high school, then there's 90 kids.
Right.
But they're still trying to offer all this other stuff. They just have way too many seats because that one class is 90 seats, not 30.
Okay.
So.
Dr. Beal.
I just wanted to make a point about the smart scheduling. So, it's the whole thing. It's really looking at scheduling and trying to balance the financial concerns with what students need and what time slots are available. And it can actually have a huge impact on the budget, which is why it's coming up. This is, when we went to the 4x4 schedule, it really felt like we went to quantity with a decrease in quality. And then when we now say we're going to reduce the 4x4 schedule to fewer credits, then I'm like saying, okay, we reduce quality, now we're reducing quantity. And it just feels like we're going down. And I think it's not true for all the classes, but it is really true for some of the classes. So for me, smart scheduling is as we're making these budget decisions, maybe we need to really be looking at a different picture because things are changing and they should change. And, and these are big decisions. I mean, in offerings and in teachers' careers and what students get offered. I was actually at 2 high school open houses this last week. I don't like to talk about stuff, so I didn't say anything about that. And these are the spring open houses, and I just dropped in on teachers' in the classrooms, and I'm sitting in the back, and the AP teachers were saying, well, you know what? We have less time. We're going to have to do this on the side. And it just made me feel sad because having had a child in that situation and having a teacher say, well, I won't be able to teach the whole course. And I know there's a whole discussion about AP classes, which is totally separate. But, I don't feel like those discussions should be happening. Teachers should be able to teach what they want to teach in the time frame that fits them. So I think with smart scheduling, I'll use that word again, we can balance that and we can make financial decisions that allow us to have schedules that don't cost us a lot of money.
Ms. Caffrey.
Oh, may I just follow up on what Trustee Beal said? So basically, I feel like and I'm super excited that we're going down the road of smart scheduling. I think one really big piece of it is setting goals for what you want from your schedule. And I'm curious if the board is going to be part of that conversation because, for example, as Trustee Beal said, I've also heard that AP Science classes don't have labs, and I'm curious if we're going to have broader conversations about is the block schedule the best schedule for our students? Because my concern is basically we're reducing the number of courses that kids can take, but also each block has less time than a 6-period traditional schedule. So like for a block, you're getting 135 hours per year on average versus 6-period, you're getting 177 hours. So my question is are we having a deeper conversation about our scheduling goals and what we want to achieve with them before we start smart scheduling? Because, I think I would like to maximize the amount of depth, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a different conversation,
So
but yeah.
what I'm hearing is a desire to talk about smart scheduling and to talk about even block scheduling and have that discussion. I think for the purposes of today, we really need to focus on these topics. And I know they're related. But I don't think between now and March 11th, we are going to have the full smart schedule discussion for the whole district as it pertains to the budget. And so I think I want to refocus us on this, Dr. Beal.
So part of this discussion is what we are directing to our district staff. And we just made a statement that, well, if we can cut more at the secondary, maybe we can preserve what's at the elementary. And I think that's really what we're trying to say is what kind of direction are we giving about the secondary right now?
Yes. Yeah, I think that is the more appropriate discussion. I think if we want to talk about more goal setting for smart scheduling or the block schedule itself versus the 6-period day, we can definitely have those discussions. I don't think that's for tonight.
I guess I just am trying to connect it back to what are we trying to achieve through these decisions.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. What makes us so tough and the reason why that this particular discussion, which we had also last year, is so difficult is we have that hard deadline of March 15th, which doesn't fit the full budget cycle. There's so many unknowns between now and March 15th to May 15th, and even May 15th to June 30th. There's a lot of things that are changing that we're learning from the tax assessor's office, from the state budget itself. And we're trying to make decisions with the best information possible that we have right now. And this March 15th deadline forces us into making a lot of assumptions, into over noticing, as we heard, into having in somewhat premature conversations because we don't really have a full picture of what the financial situation for the district is going to be. So I understand when people come to public comment, there's frustration about why the numbers change. It's because if you look at any government institution, I mean, they're all in their budget cycles right now, but those budget cycles don't, at the county, at the city, at the university, they're doing a lot of that hard work, but they're still getting new information at the same times that we are. They just don't have this March 15th state statute that tells us that we have to notice people. So it's, I hear you, is what I'm saying. Ms. Munoz?
I guess, right. I appreciate that. I think what we're faced with right now is looking at the recommendations from the principals, the recommendations from the assistant superintendents, the recommendations from, HR, from our superintendent, in terms of things that we have seen, and I don't think, like during COVID, we offered a lot more support. We were concerned about learning loss and such. And I think now going forward, I do want us to look at, the importance of the elementary schools and the support there, right, for starters. And then also for the junior high level and the high school level is what my approach is. And I think, we have the experts right here, right in this room, in terms of how we can best do this and the conversations. And I think, the questions are good and the perspective, but I want to seek direction from you folks, because you guys, you're the ones that know and talk to the principals firsthand and such. What's best for our students, the bottom line.
Dr. Becchio?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I draw a distinction when we're talking about scheduling, because there's a very big difference between master schedule and bell schedule. So, and I think we're kind of talking in both those areas. If we're talking about bell schedule, which is we're going to change from an 8-period 4x4 block to a modified block or a 7-period or 6-period traditional day, those are all bell schedule changes. And then you build a master schedule within that bell schedule change. Bell schedule changes will not happen between now and the next school year. Bell schedule changes, if you started right now, you could implement the following school year, but it's a very big deal for a staff to change a bell schedule. The master schedule is you can build it different ways, and you can put things in different places, and do seat counts and balance periods and things like that. And that's something we do every year. So I just wanted to make sure I draw that distinction, because it is a little bit longer timeline for bell schedule stuff.
Thank you for that clarification. Ms. Caffrey?
I guess what would be helpful is kind of what Rose was talking about, what are our values when we're thinking about these decisions. So for me, for example, can I make a comment, or are we still in question?
Sure.
Because
I have a couple more questions, but you can make your comment.
I guess I'm going back and forth between questions and comments, but for me, having a really high quality school day is the most important. Like, what is happening in classes all through the day? And do we have offerings that really make kids excited? And so I would be curious just about, and I know many of our other programs are really important, but more peripheral programs. So like outside of the school day, and getting robust arts, PE. I mean, just when I think personally as a parent, what do I want my child to have at school? I would like them to have a super highly qualified teacher with support. I'd like them to have diverse offerings of arts and PE, and then what are all of our other programs, and can we look there potentially for cost savings instead of, having our specialists support 600 students, or reducing the amount of classes that kids can take so they are they're not learning as much in school.
I think my question to you would be, I think we need to be specific about what programs you're talking about, because that opens up. I think you ask one person, what are the like foundational programs, and they're going to answer it differently than other folks. So if you have programs that in mind, I think it would be helpful for the discussion for you to name them specifically if you have programs in mind.
I'm new to the district, so I don't know all the programs we offer, but it would be helpful to have that broken down with their cost and the amount of kids that they serve and kind of the impact that they're having on kids. Because, yeah.
Dr. Beal.
I would agree that, if we're going to talk about programs that are foundational, that actually needs to be a discussion that's not just at the board table at the district office. We have people talking to us. We have teachers and staff telling us what they feel is important and impactful to our students. And so the conversation that I would like to have, we're really not set up to do that currently, is that we as a district, which includes everybody, said these programs are absolutely important and we're going to do everything we can to preserve them. And then we know that there are other things that we may not be able to do. So we're, as a board member, I feel like we're listening to, the teachers, the staff, the community, and then we listen to the district staff. They're working with numbers, and then there's the other side that's saying we need this, and we're kind of making that decision for them. But I feel like it can be a decision where we all set priorities, but that really takes a lot of talk and a lot of education, right? And so I know we've talked about this before. We should have started talking about the budget at the end of the last budget cycle. But what can we do in this setting between now and March 11th to have as much of that discussion by having more information and really saying, what do we value in our programs that we're going to prioritize over anything else?
And I think that goes back to our conversations that we've been having at our board retreat. For those that weren't there or didn't hear the report out, it was the first of 2 or maybe more sessions where we're hoping to set some goals, and possibly, if the board is in agreement, doing a strategic plan. But these things, and I just caution us to be realistic about our expectations, to have these conversations between now and March 11th, and just understanding budget cycles, it's not going to be possible. But if we're thinking longer term and we're talking about strategic plans and we're talking about goal setting, I think that's where we get to the conversation about what are our values, what are the foundational programs, what are the things that we must focus on and that are central to what we are going to do over the next 3, 4, or 5 years. But to Dr. Beal's point, that means a lot of education, a lot of conversation. It doesn't happen in months. It probably happens in at least a year of really talking to folks at all levels, at all school sites, in the community, subject matter experts, so that we have a really educated conversation and you get the buy-in from everyone to do exactly what you're talking about. Miss Caffrey or Miss Caffrey?
I do want to remind the board that we did the budget survey where we did have some of that prioritization, and we saw those results. So that was definitely something that we did, and we got a really good response rate from teachers. That's different than actual programs. So I just want to weigh in on the whole programs. We have academies in the high schools that also have different staffing that lessen some of the number of students, that have a half-time director. So those you could consider programs. So there's different ways to define, just answering to the question of programs. We have in elementary, you could say, a coaching program. We have our PEAK program, which is our tutoring program. We offer AVID program classes for our students. We have a robust specials teachers program, which we invest in an additional $1 million or so. in the junior high school, we only have 2 grades, as you know. So it's really like, we don't really have like a junior high program per se, because with 2 grades, it's really difficult. So those are really the things top of my head that I can speak to. We've had MTSS. We invested in it knowing we were going to have to let go. There's no point, in my opinion, this is my opinion, without consulting my cabinet, we don't need MTSS people when we have to cut, because the system was about the program and the framework is to teach us how to deal with people, time, and resources to better address the tiered interventions we need for students. That should be the fabric of the work that we all do, from the district level all the way to the classroom. So that has to be removed. But I wouldn't necessarily call that a program. That's more of a framework of an approach to how we run the system. But the coaching would be considered a program. So I just want to clarify, when we say programs, those are like the bigger investments, and the LCAP, Steve had investments of things that we identified as valued investments towards student supports for our EML. We have a dual language program, one elementary, junior high to the high school, one for the whole district, knowing we have a large percent of English learners, emergent multilingual learners. So as you think about these questions, we can decide to cut in a different place. We could inadvertently end up creating cuts even further down the line. So we have looked at all of these through those lenses, and we're happy to bring more information and more data. But I just want to restate: we cut one place, we have to replace that somewhere else. I have yet to see where we can say we're not going to touch all the current staffing and still be able to close a $9 million gap.
Dr. Beal.
So I know that Superintendent Maldonado talked about the MTSS system and how it is supposed to kind of end, so to speak, right? We've all learned about it. I've learned a lot about it in the last year. We did in that survey have literacy and math really high up there. And we have set up an MTSS system to support that. I know that we had a 3-year term, right? This is a 3rd year of implementation. Am I correct? This is a 4th year? Okay. So I would say that if we had, and I think this speaks a little bit to the system, if we had been 100% successful, those MTSSs could go back to the classroom. They've accomplished what they were there for, getting everybody kind of up to speed. I don't feel that we are there. We are learning as we do this. And, I would like to see a system where we can really say, why do we still need an MTSS in this school? What's going on? Is it teacher turnover? Is so I think that we still need them, even though they were designed to be phased out. And so I think that's what's on my mind when I look at these budget cuts.
So were you?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I strongly agree with what Trustee Beal said. And I think we need to think as a system, how are we going to continue to improve our system? And it seems like teachers on special assignments are a major lever for improving the delivery of quality education to our students, and we are nowhere near where we want to be, right? So I think, that's why I want to see what are other trade-offs we can make. And just as Sunita said, just as Trustee Beal said, if we don't intervene with our elementary students and give them a really strong foundation when they're young, we're going to be dealing with many more kids who need special education, many more kids. Basically, there's a large percentage typically of kids who are in special education because they do not read well, right? And we have 50% of kids who are not reading at grade level yet, right? So I think we make our investments when children are young, and we have the research that says that teachers on special assignment are one of the biggest levers that you have to improve the quality of your system. So I think we should be thinking as a system. What are the big levers we have to improve our system? And then what are things that we love, but we just cannot prioritize because we have to make hard choices?
So what I'm hearing you say, and along with Dr. Beal, because I'm going to try and land us in a similar place, is that you're saying that the TOSAs are something that we should be investing in, and that isn't one of the trade-offs that we want to make. So that's what I'm hearing. And I'm looking at Ms. Munoz and Mr. Banning to get their feedback on that particular.
So I want to be careful to not confuse TOSAs with MTSS specialists, with instructional coaches, with intervention specialists, and all of the different layers that we're putting together to try and improve student achievement. I want to go back to the MTSS idea. The primary mover in MTSS is improving Tier 1 instruction. We have been spending energy for the last couple of years, few years, in getting the right curriculum in place and getting teachers training and having MTSS specialists that have helped do this. I want to be careful not to confuse an MTS specialist with somebody that has hands-on with kids in a classroom. I don't know the whole realm of what TOSAs imply, because there may be a TOSA in a different area that does. So what I'm going to land on is I agree with you entirely about the importance of concentrating the energies around the early literacy and the kind of things that we know can make a difference. I also want to say that I'm sorry, I'm ready for broad comments. Can I continue? COVID funding, in hindsight, may not have been the best thing that we could have done. We gave schools all over the country the amount of money that they really should have all the time, and then we took it away. And we and every other school in the county, in the state, in the country is dealing with this collapse of funding that comes from the end of the one-time funding for COVID. And we've had the taste of what education that's fully funded or more fully funded than we've ever seen. We've had the taste. We've seen what we could do with it. It allowed us some of the work that we've done around MTSS and improving instruction, but it hasn't allowed us the time to put it in place and really start to see the results starting to show up. So where does that leave us? It leaves us in this awful situation where we have to make $10 million of cuts and then $4 million in cuts the next year. We have all of that time. We have staff that has looked at it carefully, that I believe, trust to be putting the right numbers in front of us. And I also wanted to take a minute to say thank you, although they're not here. I hope they hear this. Thank you to every teacher and every parent and every person that stood there and gave us their opinion, whether it was telling us that the numbers we had was wrong and all that kind of thing or not. People are looking for answers because we all want the same thing. Our job is made more difficult by the fact that there's a very realistic loss of funding with a potential loss of more if something happens in the federal government. We have that challenge at the same time that our relationship with the union is tight. It's tough. There's lack of trust. We're doing everything wrong with the numbers. No, you're doing it wrong. We're doing it wrong. All of that comes at a time when we have to make tough calls. And as trustees, I think that what we are supposed to be doing is listening to the experts that we've been working on and saying, this is what they're telling us. We've heard this. It didn't come from Hilda. It didn't come from Gabe or me or Steve. It came from a conglomeration of all these pieces that say, this is really what we feel is best. That said, as we move in that direction, I think it's also time to do exactly what we're talking about in terms of defining what is it that we value most in a way that's never been done before. But to use a twisted up metaphor, we used to talk about building the airplane while it's flying. I'm sitting here thinking about we're in an airplane flying, and at the same time, we're thinking about the loading order, the efficiency of how you get people onto an airplane fast, but we're already up in the air. When it comes to the March 15th deadline and the end of these kind of things, we're just not going to be able to do a whole lot beyond what recommendations have come up. But we can double our efforts and our commitment to do the right thing looking forward in future years, whether it's strategic planning or other positions. So that's where I'm landing on this.
Ms. Munoz.
I agree. I agree with Mr. Banning. I think that we did have, so much funding. We did look at like excellent education for our students. We really we prioritized it. And now what do we have to do as fiscally responsible trustees in terms of, what do we need to do to keep Santa Barbara Unified going? And also knowing that next year we're also going to have a challenge, whether it be, as you said, like I can't even say it better, the strategic planning as a district, the importance of it, and certainly appreciating that, the teachers and the and parents and all that have been out here to give public comment and to listen and are watching to see how this is going. They want the best for our students also, and how we can do that, together as a community.
Ms. Caffrey.
I guess I would still like more alternatives because when I look at the enrollment and staffing document that was sent to us, there are still 164 additional employees who we hired with COVID money. And I'm wondering who they are. And, I understand we have to make hard choices, but I would like to know if we have any other options. And yeah.
Dr. Maldonado. So part of this portion will also be what information we want to see between now and next meeting. I think what I'm hearing is that you want to know like what are some other options for that are outside of this list. So not a comprehensive, I don't think we're going to get a comprehensive list of like every single trade-off and what we could do, but maybe from our superintendent and cabinet, there were other things that were discussed that they can bring to us to talk about. Dr. Maldonado.
I have mentioned some of them now, and I would like some guidance in a way I think I'm hearing the prioritization of you want me to look in other places because you're interested in keeping the instructional coaches for a focus on early literacy. Can I just
all teaching? I mean, it seems like they support in many ways, not only reading, but that's one.
So you're saying all of the TOSAs, whether they were MTSS or they were and I think Dr. Becchio has more information about.
Yeah, I was going to just help with clarity because the way I think about teachers on special assignment or TOSAs, that's this big, huge umbrella. Underneath that umbrella, we have all kinds of different types of TOSAs. We have athletic directors, we have academy directors. Those are all TOSAs. We have instructional coaches, MTSS specialists. We have district level instructional support TOSAs. We have an ETS department TOSAs. So if you think about, if you just say TOSA to us, that will mean teachers on special assignment, and we don't know whether it means athletic director or MTSS specialist or academy director. So just keep that in mind and when you think about TOSAs.
So a follow-up question would be, in the recommendation, are we just talking about instructional support specialists and MTSS specialists? Those two categories only?
So we have those TOSAs. There's also was it 3 or 4 district level TOSAs? 3, and then we have the one tech TOSA. So those are district level ones. And then the MTSS and then instructional support, and then we had the MTSS specialists in junior high. And then we have a 0.5 reduction in the high schools, MTSS, TOSAs. So.
Yeah, I was going to comment that I did ask for that level of detail and I think we got I'm still trying to digest the answers because it just came a couple hours before the meeting. And I think that's the kind of detail we're interested in knowing because we said, okay, we're going to have TOSAs and MTSs and they do have specific jobs, but where they have the impact is what we're interested in. And honestly, I would want to know, this person is, the principal feels that we can fill the spot with this, and having that kind of information, I think, helps us understand a little bit better how that goes. Anyway, I don't know if we're going to talk about it more, but I do have another question, but it's related to something.
So just to be clear, you're asking me to bring back, so far I have, are there other options outside of the list of non-direct services? And I'm just going to read off of our board document that we sent to you today, which was the elementary instructional support, instructional coaches, secondary MTSS coaches, and so on, right? That's the list you want me to look at and say, you want to know if I can replace the cost of those positions by something else. And to be clear, well, two things we're going to go back to look at are the high school course takes and try to do the math and look at the impact on that to give you more information on that. And then I had mentioned earlier in the conversation that there was also a discussion about counselor caseloads would be another place that we looked at for some of those trade-offs. So those are two areas in terms of other options. And I'll look to my team if there's another area that I'm looking at in terms of the trade-off to invest more in the elementary. Because I'm hearing the elementary, the priority.
Well, I still am prioritizing secondary. I guess the categories I'd like to have more detail and know if we can find cost savings in school site administration, just based on this is why I think it would be helpful for everyone to have our expenses broken down from 2019 to 2024, so everyone can see how we have been spending on all the different categories. Basically, I just took our audit information and put it into a spreadsheet for the past 5 years. So basically, school site administration, that category has been increasing over the past 5 years. So school site administration, all other pupil services, all other administration, I feel like those categories are also places where we could look for cost savings.
I just think that it's very difficult to look at 2019 pre-COVID. Then we run into all of this one-time money, and we, of course, are going to increase spending in all of these different categories. And now the part that we're stuck with is we've increased all of our spending in those categories, and now we have to figure out what next.
But I guess what I'm saying is I don't see that we're cutting any of those categories. So I don't see that we have been ramping them up because we had COVID money, but now are we right sizing?
Dr. Beal.
And actually I would completely reflect that statement. So when we had this same situation last year, over the summer, we lost our CTO, and we said, you know what, we're going to adjust. That's a savings for us. That's great. So once again, it was great to have during COVID as much money as we could want and to start programs and to maintain them. But exactly like board member Caffrey said, I do feel that we have to get skinny at the top too. We have to say, what can we do? What can we outsource? So we had this fortunate situation where we now have a benefits manager, right? So that must have been like a whole lot of work in a position. And now we have a company that's helping us with our benefits. And that was a savings for us, right? And so we are able to reduce work at the district administrative level. And so can we look at our district administrative level and see where we can reduce and just have the same argument that we're having is that we had this extra, we expanded, or we're able to take on this. And again, that conversation that really is going to take a year to have, what can we outsource? Because it is not of value, or things have changed, or there's products available that make it less expensive for us to not do this in-house. You know, we're talking about bringing things in-house. We might be talking about taking things out of house because it's expensive to maintain it. Once again, we can't have that conversation right now between now and March. But can we look at our district staff and say, we're downsizing here? We are, you know, we're streamlining programs. So that I think of streamlining. And, you know, I think of things like, you know, wow, we have a HR, you know, assistant superintendent who is a high school principal and who has a doctorate. And so I wonder if HR is the only place that person can be. So, you know, how can we really kind of streamline and bring things under smaller umbrellas? And maybe when I look at the org chart, I'm not working in the district office. Sometimes I think that it's confusing. Like when we got that rubric that who do you call? And I'm like, sometimes I look at this and I go, if I have problem A, there's actually 3 people I can call on here. What's the issue here? Do we have people under too many different areas? So it's clarity, streamlining, communication, becoming as lean as we can with our positions and our money, right? So.
1 second. So was there an ask in there? And if so, can you be specific about it?
As Board Member Caffrey said, that we look at our spending in those areas and say, can we reduce there too? Is there money to be found there?
And you're saying the district office? Okay.
Well, I can give the specific categories if it would be helpful.
Sure, as long as it's actionable between now and.
Well, I'm just looking at categories outside of instruction that have increased substantially over the past 5 years. So all other people services, and I don't know, that's why I'd like more detail. All other people services, all other administration, school site administration, and ancillary services, for example.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Munoz.
Yeah, I guess, you know, I know that Trustee Caffrey has brought up, you know, 2019. I know certainly being on the board now for, you know, 6 years or so, we have made reductions. We have looked at streamlining over time, like with ETS. After COVID, we cut back the support specialists. We have cut back in that area. We've also cut back in, help me out, Dr. Maldonado, with family, let's see.
Family engagement liaisons?
Family liaisons that we had. We have cut back in services over time, and of course, salaries have gone up. You know, we need to be able to attract staff. We need to be able to attract diverse staff. When I go to a school, you know, a school site like Cleveland, like Franklin, you know, we do have diverse staff, teaching staff that could be teaching elsewhere. And we want them for our students here. So we've also streamlined with food services and such. So as either with like attrition or in ways, you know, in terms of the functions that they serve, you know, custodian staff and such, we have done a lot to streamline and, you know, administer funds responsibly. We did also have, you know, the teachers' negotiations. We gave more to the teachers to show that we value them with salaries and with benefits and such. And I just feel like, you know, I think that needs to be taken into account, that it's not something that should be overlooked as if, you know, we're top heavy and such.
Mr. Bainey?
I'll just go along with the spending growth. Again, I don't know what we would learn by looking at those numbers. I wouldn't object to seeing them, but what Trustee Munoz just said is that we've gone through an inflationary period that's caused everything to get more expensive, salaries among them. There wasn't time of
anything flat in salaries. And remember that even if you gave zero salary increase across the board, costs would go up for somewhere around 2% simply because salary schedules move up whether you give a salary increase or not. So is that right? It's about 2%? Okay, 1.5% that happens whether you give a raise or not. And you know, I would ask if looking at the growth in that time period, also let's look at it with whatever the negotiated increases were during that time.
I'm talking about expenses outside of teacher. Basically, I think it would just be helpful to look at these numbers together and also look at per pupil spending on our different categories so we can more easily do comparisons. I just think we need more information.
I would be curious to know if those numbers include salaries. They might.
They include salaries of
Then-
people who are not teachers,
Okay.
I assume. But I don't know what the granular level is.
So does anyone have any other comments about any of these other categories before I give my comments? I think we've given comments about what we would like to see about the certificated staff and non-classroom special positions reduction category. I've heard a little bit about master scheduling and secondary master schedules. A little bit about management staffing reductions, pupil services.
And I would add that we would like to keep as much support in our literacy and math efforts as we can.
I also think keeping school really fun, it's important to prioritize specialists.
So when you say keep it really fun, be specific?
Oh, I just mean that I think our specialist program is important, super important. And so the idea of reducing elementary specialist.
The art
Yes.
and STEAM and
Yes.
Dr. Beal.
And related to that, I mean, we heard that having a specials teacher across two or three schools is going to either reduce the amount of instructional time or create a schedule that is difficult to maintain. So I think that we talk about math and literacy. I actually think of the arts as being as foundational as those classes because they actually inform the literacy and the math in a very different way.
I want to follow up on that. I would like to know more information about how it would function for logistically. What does it mean for instruction time? What does it mean for
Yes, so I will make sure that we share with you the agenda that the principals created to arrive at this decision because they actually sat around together with us. And as some of the commenters mentioned, they have done this before, I imagine in leaner times, which we're going back to now. So the principals did kind of bring that up. And remember that the enrollment at each school varies. So we have been running full supports regardless of enrollment. We are now paring back, knowing that at some schools we have one teacher per grade level, whereas in other school we have 4 teachers per grade level. So they sat around together and looked at that. But to the request I hear is, I know that, and I'm looking at Denise, there is a schedule that has been worked out, which we will share with the board. And in that schedule, one of the conversations we had in two previous board meetings was the question about why are only 8 schools having STEAM and 1 is not? And you asked, how can we make that even? In doing that schedule and reducing the FTEs, they actually ended up with 4. Every school is getting the 4 areas covered. Now, is it to the level that is current today? It cannot be. I just cannot emphasize enough. But that schedule we will bring to you for the next meeting.
I think that's helpful. because it talking about trade-offs, I think that is really how we get to know what those trade-offs are. Dr. Beal?
And part of that discussion, which we're talking about a lean time right now, right? And I think this year, if we look at our graph, we've got to cut the 9.5 million, 4 million next year. So the question is it going to be this lean that long? Because then the whole question of Prop 28 and whether we say, okay, we're going to be lean, but we have a commitment that can Prop 28 improve that situation if we're being lean in terms of our teaching?
That's a great point. There was a comment about Los Angeles Unified and the idea of how the use of monies, and I don't know if everybody here is caught up to that. Prop 28 monies does not allow us to supplant. We cannot use any money from Prop 28 to even run our current specials that we have had for many years in this district, because that would be called supplanting. So everything we have done with the arts money has been above what we have currently offered. That's different from what's being alleged, because I can't speak to any facts that was mentioned in the comments earlier. But we did not do that. We gave all the money to the schools. We are adding, and we visited Goleta and we saw all the things that people are buying to actually prop up that space. But this district made an investment in specials and has had it for many years. And we went big and now we're bleeding back. And the principals that are here have lived through both. And that's why they were able to so quickly come up with the schedules.
And you're not able to cut those specialists and then backfill with the Prop 28 money. It has to be something that's new and different, right? Yeah.
Ms. Munoz and then Ms. Caffrey.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know, Mr. Escobedo, have you get us back to, moving on to the next? Oh, well, okay. No, I'm just
I
kidding.
do want to add one more point, and I added it in my board question and answer document. With the principals making these recommendations with our support, they are going to get three, and I may have said this, I just want to reiterate. They are going to get an AP, so it'll be one principal, one AP for schools over 450, which is 3 schools now. All the other schools, all of the other 6 schools are getting one additional teacher on special assignment. So the instructional coach and MTSS work as a individual position is going away, but there is one extra position they're all getting. And that was a trade-off that we agreed on with the principals already. So I just want to kind of reiterate that, because I don't want to leave tonight and have you think that our recommendation is such that they get nothing else in terms of extra supports. I hope that's clear, and please ask questions.
And they get to decide what that is, whether it's an MTSS or an instructional
We're going to work
specialist.
with them to define what that work will be, because again, not all the functions that have been done by individual people can be all of a sudden piled up to one person. So the work will be, what are the essential functions for those positions that existed before that we want to keep, and what will then be done by the principal if needed, but that additional staff will be working with the principals to define that space.
So can I paraphrase that and make sure I understand that in the current year, every elementary school has a principal and an assistant principal and a MTS?
4 schools have assistant principals plus MTSS plus coaches. In some cases, they did, in a couple of cases, they did an assistant principal in lieu of an MTSS, but kept the instructional coach. So it's a little bit of a variety within that, but they do have.
But the ones that are 450 and under currently have
an instructional coach. They all have instructional coaches, and I'm looking at my team. They all have instructional coaches.
But they don't have an assistant principal.
They don't have an assistant principal.
And they have an MTSS and an instructional coach.
And in some cases, they're shared. Go ahead, Steve.
Sorry, and the recommendation that you have is essentially what Dr. Maldonado described. We have a job description called elementary TOSA, and it includes the intervention, the work in PLCs, the instructional coaching, and all that. So the proposal is that the schools that are under 450, they have an instructional coach and an MTSS specialist, 2 TOSAs. that position becomes an elementary TOSA. Those two positions become an elementary TOSA. So they do a little bit of everything. So
Thank you.
I see and I recognize SPCA and McKinley don't have, SPCA and McKinley have one each. McKinley has, and I see Mr. Shingle, they have one MTSS person, not an instructional coach, because we were not able to hire a dual language instructional coach. The position exists, the funding exists. We have not been able to identify someone to fill the
Bilingual.
position.
Thank you.
And SBCA does have a full-time MTSS and a part-time coach.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to Dr. Beal for your comment, and then I want to go back to us kind of landing on.
The question I really have, or the comment I have, which is a question, is we're hearing all this discussion about district leadership, and the principals met and made some very big decisions. Where was the conversation between those principals and the people who are going to be affected? Because we're hearing a lot of the reasons why these decisions are made, and it seems to be a missing part of, like, where was that discussion? So the understanding of the consolidation, or why, where did that happen? Because we feel that we're hearing that we're just being told we're being let go, you know? And so this is more about that communication, that clear communication, saying, you know, these are the hard choices we have to make. And I think that's worth a lot.
I'm going to look to my team and you will correct me if do you want to take it? Please, thank you.
We actually met with principals last week to have the conversation about what these recommendations were and how to have the conversations, how they would have the conversations with the affected people. We gave a timeline for that conversation to be between Thursday and Friday last week, because what we didn't want our staff to see it go live on Friday and that'd be the first time they heard about it. So we've been working diligently up until the moment we met with them, just to make sure we were doing what you said, which is, how do we look at these different spaces? How do we identify essential functions, make sure those functions keep living in our system, so that we also can make really difficult decisions around the fiscal space. So that happened last week.
And does this type of discussion allow a feedback loop where, you know, something might have not been considered and they just hear the feedback, and that may alter the decision or inform the decision in a different way?
And by they, can you elaborate who you're referring to, the principals or the staff?
The principals with the staff. So they say, you know, we've talked about this with district staff. We have these restrictions. These are our school site funds. We're going to reduce. We've come up with this new plan for sharing our specials. And you release that information on Wednesday and Thursday or whatever. And then is there a time where those principals receive what the thoughts are from their staff about whether they feel like that decision fits with their school? Really that feedback loop, you know, having that conversation where sometimes when you make hard decisions, somebody says, well, this doesn't work for me. And then you say, why doesn't it work for you? And then that person says, well, you know, and then you say, okay, I understand this. This is a problem that is difficult to solve. Or, well, maybe there's a more creative solution. You're telling me something that I didn't understand. Just, you know, I don't know if there was space or there has been space, or if those discussions are now going to happen since they recently sort of heard about their position being changed or eliminated.
I don't know what conversations were had and how they were structured at the school site, so we can get that information and bring it back to you.
Yeah, that would be helpful. And then I think, obviously, not to what you're talking about, because what you're talking about is more in-depth conversation, but there was also the survey that was used by the principals to make some of these decisions as well.
So I guess one question is, so I'm just looking at, the number of staff we have right now is 1,643 at the end of emergency funding. And when COVID began, it was 1,479. So that's a difference of 164 people. And I'm just wondering, who are those 164 additional people that we hired? And, you know, how again, back to the trade-off, I just want to understand where did those people, how did they join our system and what do they do? And yeah.
The instructional coaches did not exist before COVID. The MTSS coach positions did not exist before COVID. So we will bring you the full list, but those two positions, just top of my head, I can tell you, would be probably included in, no, I know it's not 164. I'm saying there were a lot of new positions added. We did not have family engagement liaisons across all schools before COVID. So a lot of what you just talked about earlier, there were a lot of new positions created with the with the COVID money that now exists that became the right responses. We are trying to keep some of those because we know that those are successful, but we will bring you a full list of those 164. And don't forget, class size also expands the number of employees we have. So some of those could also be teachers, just to be clear, like to your question, we will bring that back. Oh, one more thing is under people services, we used to contract out with a company called CALM, our mental health support services. We and CALM came to an amicable agreement that their services were not really appropriate, or we heard from our elementary principals. They had long waiting lists. They agreed that their model didn't work. So we created our internal model where we have our own clinicians. Those are additional positions. So I would imagine everything that I'm mentioning would add up. It's not 164. We'll bring you the list, but there are a lot of new positions we've created that have stayed on.
Okay, so we have that ask. We have that ask now. Are there any other additional asks? Are there any other additional pieces of feedback that you want to give on these specific items?
I just want to clarify, I'm not so clear. I didn't realize, so we are keeping one instructional TOSA at every elementary school. So under 450. So basically I would like the 20 breakdown to be clearer, and then what it is now and then what it will be under this proposal. I think that would be helpful because it wasn't clear.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you. For me personally, what I want to see is, I think for the reduction in staffing in secondary master schedules, I would want to see what it would look like to reduce even further from 29 to 20 or to 85 and even fewer than that. I think from 220 to 285 is too much of a difference. I think that's where our flexibility is. If we're going to maintain investment in these other areas, I'm looking at this one as a possible area where we can downsize a bit. I also want to understand the savings for hiring in-house legal. I'm interested to know where we think that savings will be. And also one point that I don't know who brought this up, but I think at the last meeting it was brought up that when we pay for legal services, we're also paying for paralegals and additional admin support. So what does having in-house legal mean for the need for additional admin support? Does it eat up that $200,000 savings, or is that already in the calculation? Are we able to maintain current admin and support the in-house legal? Separate from I don't think it needs to be a part of this discussion, but I do want to get an update for the board about, there is a lot of discussion about federal funding and the fact that even with the court injunction, there is a fear of the federal government not releasing funds. And if that happens, what are we going to do? Because the state is not in a position either to backfill much of that funding. And so what does that mean for us? What immediate plans of action? Are we hearing anything from organizations, the advocacy organizations that we partner with or seek advice from? I think that's something that's top of mind for me. And I think you already have this on your list, but what do the elementary specials and oh, actually, yeah, you're going to bring the agenda. The schedule, yeah. Okay. I think that's it for me. Anything else from the group? Do you feel like you have everything that you need? Okay. So with that, we will close out G2 and we will move on to our action agenda item, H1. Board action on student discipline, education code 48918, case number 202425-11.
Ready for a motion?
I am ready for a motion.
I move to approve Student Discipline Education Code 48918, case number 202425-11.
I second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. So we will move to our last item of the night. This is H2. This is the second reading and approval of board bylaw 9323 meeting conduct. This is the item that I am bringing to the board. It's a continuation of our discussion from last meeting. A proposal, and it's on the action agenda item, but we do not need to feel pressured on taking a vote today. We can table it for the next meeting if we don't feel ready. But we really do need to land in a place where we have feedback about a few questions, and you'll notice that there are some options for our discussion. But we need to ask ourselves a question first. Do we want to change it at all, or are we happy with what we have right now? And then there are some suggestions for some possible changes. And it's moving from 3 minutes to 2 minutes and not changing it dependent on the number of speakers that we have. We heard one speaker today that said that they had prepared for a 3-minute speech, and then we changed it because of the number of speakers that we had. Under this proposal, we would stay at 2 minutes. Everyone would know that they would have 2 minutes. Then we need to determine for items that are not on the agenda. One of my suggestions was that we do 30 minutes at the front end of the meeting. We pause, and then we go to our business, and then we return to agenda items that are not on the agenda. And finish out public comment, both virtual and in person. And then for other items that are on the agenda, there would be 2 minutes. However many speakers are here to speak on that item, we would hear them out before we make a decision or have our discussion. Any questions before we go to public comment? Okay, let's open up public comment.
All right, we have comment cards from Alice Post, York Shingle, and Becca. I'm sorry, can't tell the last name. Is it Rath? W-R-A-C-H? Not sure. Is there a Becca in the house? Okay. All right, Alice.
Is the mic on?
Good evening.
There you go.
Superintendent Maldonado, members of the board. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I am speaking extemporaneously because I just saw this on the agenda today. I am so against cutting public comment from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. I would vote, if I was up there on the board and I was a board member, I'd vote against this every day of the week. I hope I can hit my 4 points. First, historical context. This is this board is over 100 years old. I don't know how many decades the 3-minute speaking goes back, but I go back 25 years and it's been 3 minutes. This is a tradition. And to change it from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, which is a full 30% reduction, is very draconian. And you're touching on a nerve, you're touching on a gold standard. It's not only this public, agency, but the city and other public agencies, 3 minutes is expected. I listen, and so number one, I really think you're begging with tradition in a negative way. What is the cost and benefit? There were, I think, 7 speakers tonight on an item that was not on the agenda. So your meeting will last 7 minutes longer, and you took away 30% of their speaking time. That seems draconian. Now, I've been a public speaker for 25 years. I haven't spoken much in the last year and a half, but I used to 20 years ago. And I know how hard it is to get your point across in 3 minutes, and to get it across in 2 minutes, that's going to be really, really hard to get any good point, to get 3 points across. I'm just so against it. Okay. There's so much more I'd like to say. But I guess mainly I want to use the metaphor of a hornet. If somebody takes the time to come here to speak to you, they're kind of like a hornet. They're mad about something. They're not going to come here and talk just for no reason. So this is like an escape hatch for your whole community of 100,000 people who vote, you know, who own property, live here, are affected. You're going to stop a hornet by making him even angrier? That's not good public policy. So I would say the buck stops here with you. Instead of looking at the speakers as the enemy, making your meeting so long, why don't you turn and look in the mirror? It's a slap in the face to the public to say, cut it down to 2 minutes after this gold standard. Why not, you know, I don't mean to be mean, but what you're doing is mean. And I think the slap deserves to be turned back at you all, and that you should just make your meeting stay till 11:30 if you have to. You got to put on the big boy pants and the big girl pants. You got to be the adults. If people are that mad and there's that many people, you 5, you stay here. You don't need to have 18 staff members, well, 8 to 10 staff members staying here till midnight. But you 5, you chose this position. So be the grown up and listen to the people and don't slap them in the face.
Thank you. York Shingle.
Good evening again. This bylaw change is limiting community engagement, voice, and agency. I don't know how you're looking at this policy and thinking it's doing the opposite. Everybody on this board is on here because you chose to run and the people elected you. All cabinet members are paid a salary significantly larger than any teacher could ever make, and this is part of their job. What you're doing by shifting many comments to the end is forcing people to stay late who aren't serving at this level of the organization. I'm here because I love this community and I love our students. But speaking at these meetings is not a role I'm compensated for or elected to. The community should be able to be heard at a reasonable hour. Sorry if that keeps you here later, but maybe that means as the district bosses, you should reflect on why there's so much public comment so often. This policy sends a very clear message that if people want to talk to you, they should have to wait until potentially after 9 p.m. to do so, or 9:58 tonight. You are taking away community voice, employee voice, and student voice by trying to make this change. Instead of trying to limit our voices, you should be figuring out new avenues to do better, to better engage with us, talk to us, and hear from us, not the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a third one. Becca apparently is not here. Okay. What's her last name? Wrench. Thank you.
So I'll take you back to the board. I gave this justification last meeting, and I could be called many things, but so be it. But I'll give my rationale, and it's a sincere one, is really it's about centering the business of the board. And over the last 2 years that I've been on the board, there have been many meetings at which we have had really important agenda items that we had to have discussion about, like tonight, we had to really grapple with, and we had to make really important decisions. I know for a fact that we owe justifications for our decisions and our rationale, and to be as sharp as possible when those discussions happen. And say what you want, but after hours of public comment, we've had board meetings where there have been hours of public comment before we get to a really important item. And the thing we're saying is, we are not saying if it's not on the agenda, you don't get to comment on it if you're not in that first 30 minutes. But there is the option of virtual public comment. But what about those people that are here for the items that are really important, and they want to speak to those items, and they have to sit through 2 or 3 hours of public comment, and they decide that they have to go home because they don't get paid for this, that they have families that they have to go home to. And for me, for decisions that we're actually going to make, or for items that we're actually going to make decisions on, or our discussion is going to have a tangible difference on what happens in the school district for that meeting. It's not to say that non-agendized items aren't going to be on another agenda, but we have to make choices, in my opinion, to prioritize the business that we need to get done. We have a finite number of meetings. We don't start our meetings until after the workday. And so we've had meetings approach and sometimes past midnight. And what I'm saying is that the most productive time for us to have really deep discussions where we are supposed to justify our decisions to the public? And my argument would be no. And so that is why I made the suggestion. Last year, we many times, yes, it was 3 minutes on paper, but in actual reality, it was 90 seconds for people. And I'm a person that still gives public comment, so I understand what it's like to be behind that podium. And 90 seconds goes by really fast, 2 minutes goes by really fast, 3 minutes goes by really fast. The shifting from 3 minutes to 2 minutes is the idea that we fit more people in on the front end of the agenda before we go to our business and then come back. The board, what I'm asking you all to do is make a decision. Do you agree with me, first of all, that about trying this approach? And it doesn't mean that we can't go back if it doesn't work. The second is shifting from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. And then the third would be, do we do some amount of time of public comment on the front end? I'm suggesting 30 minutes, go to board business, and then come back to public comment. So those would be the three components that I am asking you all for. Whether we vote on it tonight is up to us as a board, or we could table it, but I think we need consensus so that when it comes back, we're ready to vote on it. So I'll open it up to the board for any questions or comments. Dr. Beal.
Still trying to think of my questions and comments. As you mentioned, we're dealing with maybe some very separate issues. So a comment that a person had made to me is that in some of the items that we have, which may not elicit as much public comment as other items, 3 minutes is a good amount of time to say something they care about. So we have in the past said that if there are fewer speakers, they get the full amount of time. If there are a lot of medium amount, they get cut down, they get cut down. So maybe some consideration for giving a decent amount of time for something where there aren't a lot of speakers that may have something very important to say. So the 3 to 2 minute is, maybe I'm a little bit on the fence about that, would have to think about that a little bit more. Tonight, we had somebody who left because they couldn't stay on something that we are talking about because we want to vote on. So that has happened over and over again. And I've had people say, I tried to wait, and I just got tired. And I do get tired myself. I want to use my brain energy. I mean, I think it's one thing to say you signed up for this, but that doesn't change my brain. My brain at 10 o'clock is different than my brain at 8 o'clock. And I really want, I mean, I study the agenda, I educate myself, I read, and I want to make intelligent comments, and I want to use my critical thinking skills at this meeting that's only twice a month. And so that is what I value, is that what I bring to this meeting. And so I personally would support, you know, obviously allowing as many people to comment. There are other school districts where it's over, 30 minutes and it's over. You don't get to go at the end of the meeting, it's over. We're not going for that. We are asking that we be able to put our brain energy on the things that we have to think about and vote on. And the non-agenda public comment does get moved to the end. We are still planning to allow full public comment on the agenda items as long as they may take. And tonight they were longer. I don't know how many. I think we had quite a few speakers, right? Yeah. And so I feel that we're trying to balance what we need to do as our work here with listening to people. There's still we got many letters, which we read, right? Even today, up until like an hour before the meeting, reading letters. So again, it's really in the end brain energy from my point of view, and being able to do the job that I signed up to do as well as I can do it.
Ms. Munoz.
I agree. I could easily justify leaving, 2 hours early from the meetings, from our board meetings, because of how it's structured, how we have, lengthy public comment and such. However, I feel like, my duty is to be here and try to make the best decision possible and be, look at it, from a balanced perspective, and have patience and such with, with this process, and do the best I can for the students and the community that I serve. And honestly, physically I have a disability, and it makes it really difficult. So I think, I personally like the idea. I think, I have certainly given public comment for especially, city council meetings and here at the school board meetings. And if I know ahead of time that it's going to be 2 minutes versus 3, then I could, structure my public comments that way. And as Trustee Beal said, to speak about clarity, I'm like trying to formulate it here. We do want input. However, we do want input from the public. And also, we also want to give enough time on agenda items that we know we're going to be voting on. We want to get that perspective from people. We are reading every email that we receive, and we want to have our vote reflect what is best, that we feel is best as a board trustee for us to decide on. So I like the idea about the 30 minutes initially, and then also having agenda items public comment afterwards, because then that, we'll already start thinking and already get input from the community. Thank you.
Dr. Beal.
If somebody were to leave the meeting because they didn't make the initial 30 minutes, would we be offering them the option to go home and to comment via Zoom? I know that when I have participated in other meetings, maybe city council, you get, I don't know if you get a phone call or an email saying that, you can make your comment, or maybe it was here during Zoom. I cannot remember what the system was and where it was, but I think that I don't know if that would be something where it's a more humane approach to pushing those comments later.
I think so. I would be supportive of that, of if someone doesn't make it in the initial period and then wants to do their public comment virtually, I think that should be okay. We'll have to figure out a way to make sure that we get some sort of speaker slip or something from them. Ms. Caffrey.
So I think as a district, we have a goal of continuing to improve communication. And one question I have is, I feel like I get a lot of great intel when I hear from teachers and parents and community members. So could we have a couple town halls every year? I mean, how else can people express their opinions? I mean, I feel like I hear many important things when people give public comment.
Yeah, I mean, we would probably want to pick a topic to talk about at town halls. That's typically the way it goes, but I don't see why we can't broaden our communication channels. We obviously have emails, we have public comment here. There are other electeds that do coffee and have people come chat with them. That's an option for us. So there are options for us, and I think we should pursue them. Ms. Munoz, and then Mr. Benny.
Yes, just real brief. I spoke to a teacher about our public comment and this idea. And I know that, she was in favor of it because because of also the teaching schedule needing to be the next day at school at 7:30 or 8 in the morning. And she appreciated this, the thought of the change in terms of this and communicating her concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Benny.
I have to say I have mixed feelings about this. I think my first priority is to not do anything that would discourage public comment. We've said from the beginning, it's one chance. I remember saying this in my interview a few years ago, that the best place to be to let the board know what you're feeling, or one of them is in public comment. So on the other hand, I have witnessed boards that had all kinds of different strategies for this. There are several that I know of that have a hard time limit and say we're not going to meet after 10 o'clock or 10:30 unless the majority of the board votes to continue. There are cases where, although we have, I believe, a 20-minute per topic rule in our bylaw, we have not used it. So what you're proposing here is actually an expansion of what we're asking relative to time on a topic. It just says if we get to that point, we're not going to close it. We're just going to pick it up after the business portion of the meeting. So I guess I'm kind of dancing all around to say, I think from a personal perspective, I'm not sure that it's going to do much to change the length of the meetings. And you could argue that being tired to have conversation on important things late at night is one thing. So is being tired and not paying attention to the public comment that people bring afterwards, unless it's the assumption that they will leave and won't come. In which case, I would support it only if we had an alternative way that they could share their comment, either by email or voice recording or something like that, where we would be committed to listen to it and have it. I don't know that saying go home and do it at 10 o'clock on Zoom is a whole lot better than staying here and do it on Zoom. Sorry if that didn't help get to a decision. Those are my thoughts.
So I think I'm hearing general support for a finite time period on the front end, pause to go to general business, and then returning to non-agendized public comment. So I heard consensus on that part. It sounds like getting head nods, I think.
I'm not sure I heard consensus on that part. Bill?
I would agree with it under the condition that there is a method of allowing those people that don't get to say what they need to say a voice in some way that we would be guaranteed to hear. I don't know that I like the Zoom option. But as I said, I'd be perfectly content to stand alone on this. I don't know. Or
I'm just concerned that anything we do that says that to a member of the public potentially that we value your participation or input less is problematic for me.
Ms. Caffrey.
I just wonder if we could have some concrete ideas of how, if we implemented this bylaw, we also had other ideas for how constituents can reach us beyond email and
I think
yeah, like
I think I would task
or-
all of us to be involved in that. And
but I mean a plan as a board if this, because I feel like having a town hall or some alternative so that people can still express themselves and also that they would have a way to put things on the agenda for the town hall.
okay. Ms. Munoz.
Just have a comment. I think that, you know, I'm certainly in favor of town halls on a specific agenda item. However, I think it's taking like a left turn, right? So that, you know, can we have a town hall and then can we have folks, you know, add items to the agenda and so forth? I think if that was the case, I would say, you know, leave things as is, right? I'd like to have us focus on this agenda item and say, you know, do we want to try it or not? You know, that's.
Yeah, Ms. Caffrey.
I guess the reason that I bring up a town hall in conjunction with this is I feel like if people have less ability to speak publicly on issues that they care about, how do we remedy that situation? So
Yeah, I mean, for those folks, is even public comment like a remedy for it, right? I think what people are more interested in, and maybe I'm wrong, but they're interested in us actually working on some topic, right? That they're very passionate about, whatever it is. It could be a critique of us, a critique of a decision we made, could be negotiations as we saw, it could be curriculum, it could be many things. That's where I go back to, if we're going to have a town hall, it should be very intentional. It should be about doing work. And so, yeah, absolutely. We can establish a process for what that looks like. First of all, what does a town hall look like? I think town hall sounds like a really great idea, but it also means a lot of things to a lot of different people. Is it a community meeting? Is it just public comment? Are we having discussions? Are they just hearing about our plans about things? So I think, yes, we could. But I think if that's what we are going to ask for, we need to be very specific about what we're asking for and not just saying in general, we want a town hall or we want something else without it actually being actionable. Because I think sometimes we can be a little bit too general in our requests. And then when we don't get what we were hoping for, it's not always because people weren't working on it. It's because we weren't specific enough. Dr. Beal.
I actually have a question that is turning this around a little bit. Why do we have public comment on non-agenda matters start the meeting? This is a business meeting and you know, we talk at the end of our meeting about what we might do in the future, things that we might want to see. And so, you know, we're faced with this, we're splitting it because it's at the start of the meeting, but we want it at the end of the meeting. At the same time, we want to respect the business nature of the meeting. So this is kind of interesting to me because I feel that if we could get through our business, then we kind of, you know, whether people are following us on Zoom, they're like, okay, maybe I can come over now at 8:30 and make my general public comment. I mean, that's the problem is we have this little discrete bit of time at the beginning. And what if we just shifted the whole thing? I mean, this is a thought. And
I think that's an option on the table. I think we will hear similar criticisms about being forced to wait till the end of the meeting and people not feeling like that's a adequate opportunity for feedback. I think it's definitely an option. I'm in favor of it. My goal is, and I'm only one of 5, so it needs the majority at least, but I hope that we get to all 5 of us, is our business needs to be at a reasonable time. Like the really important thing. So that's a little bit on me to agenda management and like make sure those things are at the beginning of the meeting. But it's also us as a whole of talking about this public comment for non-agendized items that we certainly need to hear. But where it goes in the meeting, how much do we break it up? Like that's really the question. Because there are days where we only have 5 or 6 public comments on non-agendized items. That was a little bit of the thought for those people to have some sort of time frame at the very beginning. You're right, it gets sticky when you have many dozens. So that's another option that's on the table right now. Ms. Munoz?
I like that idea that trustee Beal brought up because it gives it continuity. You know, we'd get the business out of hand. And I've certainly gone to meetings where I know like, hey, don't even go between, before 7:30 or 8. And I honestly like that idea of having it at the end and having it at one time so that folks do not feel like, oh, I missed the 30-minute deadline, the 30-minute part. Now I have to wait around or come back. And then it could be addressed at future board meetings if we, choose to and such.
And well, Ms. Caffrey, do you want to, I was just going to add to this consideration, also the consideration of, do we operate like we do now for a time and just make a decision dependent on how many public comments we get, we reduce from 3 minutes, or do we reduce from 3 to 2 minutes so that everyone knows how much time they get? But also Dr. Beal's suggestion of, do we just do it at the end?
I actually disagree with that suggestion just because I think when we separate public comment, non-agendized items as not being the business of the district, I guess from a personal perspective, in Goleta, we advocated for evidence-based reading instruction through non-agendized public comment, and that was not on anybody's radar or on the agenda. And I feel like community members similarly have many other important things to talk about that may not be on our radar and might be really the business of the district. What are the most important things that we should be dealing with, but they don't have the power to put things on the agenda. So I think they should be able to, yeah.
Dr. Beal?
So so as a person who did comment, it is the business of for us to listen to those comments, and one would hope that when those comments are made to us that we think about things that we're not thinking about. It's really more just about the timing, right? Like breaking it up doesn't seem to be ideal. Really shortening it seems to really upset people. It's like, how do we put it in a place where people feel that they have a voice? So I'm not saying that it's not part of the business. It's just saying that we actually have something that we have to accomplish during this meeting, and that does need to get done. And listening, I mean, I'm still listening. If somebody wanted to make public comment now, I'd still be listening. So I'm not going to downgrade what I listen to just because it comes at the end of the meeting.
Ms. Caffrey?
I guess for me, I feel like having half an hour at the beginning at least gives people a chance when it's early in the night and they are available, and so half an hour sounds like a reasonable amount of time to me, and then having the rest at the end. I just think putting it all at the end, because like with budget discussions, it could be 2 or 3 hours of agendized, material. So that's just my opinion.
Thought we had consensus. Okay,
I think it's really late and we can't
yeah,
think
so
right now.
here's going to be my suggestion is there was a new option put on the table that the public didn't know was going to be a part of the discussion. So we came back with 4 options, I think. We're going to come back with 2. And if it's going to be the 30 minutes, pause for business, return to non-agendized public comment, or putting the non-agendized public comment at the end of the meeting. Dr. Wheel.
I'm just gonna make one more comment about this. I feel like maybe the timing is a little complex right now because we are facing, I think, probably a couple of meetings where there's going to be a lot of public comment. So, I wonder if we could, as much as I'd like to have things work better for me right now, maybe we wait until after.
That's fine. We can wait until after March 11th.
I just wanted to say town hall isn't the solution. I'm just saying what are solutions.
Right. Okay. So heard loud and clear. We will come back after, probably in April, because I think we only have one March meeting. Is that right? So we'll bring it back in April. With that, we will table this item. We have coming events. Do you have it up?
So coming events, we have Black History Month, as was shared. We have this Friday and Monday as holidays for the school district to celebrate Lincoln's birthday, President's Day holiday. And I also shared with you a flyer. We are starting the LCAP outreach. We're looking for people to join LCAP planning. Community meetings will be starting February 26th. And that is pretty much it. I don't think there's any changes to the governance calendar. We are moving a couple things a little earlier, like E-rate and stuff like that in the calendar. And I'll just upload a new governance calendar to reflect that, but it shouldn't change overall our governance calendar.
Okay. We will adjourn this meeting.
But can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
The LCAP meetings, some of them at the end are going to conflict with DEMLAC and SEAC meetings. So I just don't know, at least according to my calendar and my phone, I was trying to put the LCAP meetings in. So I'm just making sure that, I think there are some people who participate in both. And maybe I have the dates incorrect, but
we'll double check the dates. And if they
yeah,
are,
could you
we'll
just,
show you
yeah,
make
maybe
a
the other
report.
dates have changed and I'm unaware of that.
Okay, we will look at that
Yeah.
and adjust accordingly.
And we will adjourn this meeting at 10:27. Thank you, everyone.